Hello and welcome to Tales of the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm your dungeon master for Avress the Shattered World here on the Temple Tankard YouTube channels and Discord server. We are picking up pretty much where we left off exactly last week. We have only 3 players today, as our ESC is uh, going to be a little more silent than usual today. We'll see how we go with it, how that goes today. But the party right now, the group made their way north to the far north across the Empire of Skarloss, to the very northern edge of the Empire, where they, at the invitation of Amborin Zarloss, the vampire who rules the northern portion of Skarloss, uh, a man known as the Bastion of the North, as he is charged with protecting the northern border from the things from the creatures from the tundra beyond the northern border of Skarloss. Zorloth. The group had decided to go and meet with him because he is one of the only people that they know of who was alive before the cataclysm and knows about the Nightmare Lands, where they know that Corwain and his forces have been initiating attacks. Let's just say after he retreated uh, from his servant Wraith's failed attempts at bringing back the Dark King. But the group arrived at the large castle-like structure, um, where they met with the Zorlas, who gave them some information, told them a bit about the cataclysm and what had happened, confirming some of their suspicions and difficult about what Corwain had attempted in Port Worth. But they also found that he has a way to actually travel to the Nightmare Lands, and what is now what the name given to the continent formerly known as Tagash in ancient times. He's offered to provide them with that means of getting there, along with a map, a crude map, as no true maps of the continent there made the travel over and stood to the test of time. Um, but he does have a somewhat rough map to give you, at least with of where things are located on the other continent. But with that, we kind of pick up there as um, you were asking him questions and kind of preparing yourselves. He did provide you with a rod of banishment that will help with as many extra planar things happen to be in the service of Corwain and their friends. Um, and giving you a small stone to travel via a waygate that he maintains here within the city, within his fortress. But there's other questions you might have, or other things you want to do before you depart. Um, your airship, Serenity, the airship there is kind of keeping a wide patrol around the area in case you need to be picked up or um, uh, need to uh, beat a hasty retreat in some way. But they are just waiting your orders as to what's going to happen. So, what are you going to do?
Hide in bed and I'll go.
So we have to go.
Yeah,
And we're
yeah.
going, if we need to tie Esk up to leave, then we'll do that too, because he's far too interested in becoming a vampire for my liking. So, and he did mention to me that after he retires from adventuring, that's his plan. He's going to go and just be a vampire forever. So, well, you carry on with that, but after we're done. So, nightmare.
The offer stands, but I understand if uh, you do not wish to. There are inherent difficulties with this condition that takes quite a long time to overcome. Um, and
Mm-hmm.
as you guys have been speaking and talking and everything else, you will see at one point that a person comes in to deliver a message or deliver some sort of a letter or note or some papers to Zarloss. Um, as you have been in this castle, you will have seen obviously. You will take note of something interesting is that you don't see any actual humans here, but you do see a lot of people who are not vampires or otherwise undead. There are quite a few, primarily elves here, and of the elves that are here, you'll see varying kinds. Um, uh, um,
That's funny.
Mm-hmm. Varying kinds of them.
Um, so of the elves, high elves, you don't know like varying elves um, uh, drastically throughout the rest of the world here, but there are distinctly high elves who tend to be of more metallic luster to their skin, gemstone colored eyes, silvery or gold hair, tend to be a little bit taller. You have wood elves who are more of tanned skin and have more of a brown and green and nature like coloring. And then you have dark elves. You'll see dark skin, white hair, typically somewhat either lavender or purple or amber colored eyes, almost solid color to them. And you'll see all three of those types moving through the chambers there, and they are not undead. Um, you do not see any non undead who are human here, however. So, yeah, this is something you take note of after being here for a bit of time. Um, but with that, you see Zorlos kind of going through the papers that were handed to him. Yes, yes, Corwain. You don't recognize the name, and that is not surprising. It's been centuries. Um, he, it seems that he was a part of the, well, I won't go too much into history, but I will say that in about 250 years ago, roughly, was the formation of the Empire of Skarloss, the current government structure within this region. And it had been a republic before that, the senatorial republic, with various factions ruling over differing interests. And the republic failed. Um, it was a bit too much infighting and too much power grabbing to keep things intact for very long. Corwain was a member of the theocratic faction who opposed the empire, the emperor taking over. And it appears he may have been more disgruntled than uh, previously realized, and was according to this. It isn't clear if he was banished or if he just simply left the empire as it was formed. Um, but either way, he would have been facing prison here, I believe, for his efforts in preventing the rise of power of the emperor. So you're dealing with someone who's seems to have a vested interest in, or may have been harboring a long-standing desire for power. If he allied himself with this Dark King, he may have been a way to amass enough of a force to challenge Skarloss itself. That was a fear at the time. Skarloss was on the high, well, it was in its earliest stages of solidifying power under the Emperor. It was a time of concern when Gervon, well, it is now Gervon, was in such a war-torn state. Yes, Corwain obviously has a long time to amass power and find a new way to make things difficult for others.
That's interesting.
But I understand you have a pressing need. Is there anything you require before you depart? And he does actually. At this point, he's given it over to Lucas here, and Lucas, you're given it's a stone oval cut about yay big, um, and it's sort of it's like an oval disc. It's kind of flattened, kind of flattened, um, and you'll see that there's Elvish script on it, and while some of them are just arcane symbols that are more of an elvish nature to them, there is um, a phrase written among them in Elven: "See the unseen pass through the veil." It seems to be and there is power within this stone. Um, Not an active magic like an active spell, but it is enchanted, obviously. Nothing that you can cast from it or anything else bad, nothing you can activate. It just seems to be a passive thing that has some sort of an inherent enchantment to it. This
Asking what it does.
well, this is the key to accessing the way gate from that I maintain with here, but it will also allow you to pass through the protections on the other side. It was layered in for quite a while to make sure that when the waygate was established here, they would not be accessible on the other side, not be able to be found or be seen or to be accessed from the other side to have something come through uninvited. It was something that I put in place, or had put in place by powerful enchanters working for me at the time. It was a difficult time. It is when I had just become this, and he kind of gestures to himself. It is not the time I am proud of. I was obsessed with going and taking back the homeland, and had used the waygate left behind. And unfortunately, I encountered things there that caused and necessitated this transformation. But in the long run, it has benefited the Empire greatly.
So
Any-
another person helping the Empire.
Another?
Well, wasn't the Duchess helping the Empire?
No, that's Skarloss. Skarloss is the country
Oh.
north, is the elven empire to the north of where you were. Yeah.
Okay.
Just quick reminder of where you guys ended up here. You started down here, and you went way up here in the northern part of Skarloss. Long ways away. Yeah, this is primarily Skarloss is what known as the history there is pretty much all of the elves that fled in the Cataclysm, that fled the old world, came here. And there were some humans among them, and there are some humans that have gone that have immigrated to Skarloss over the centuries. And so there are humans among the Skarloans, but primarily elf or half elf is the primary population. But with that, is there anything else you require or other information we can provide? I do have a map for you, and
other than the obvious, what other creatures do you know of in the Nightmare Lands that we should look out for or be aware of?
It is a large place. There's some places there are undead, some places there are. I have not ventured very far in the old world, but obviously you have seen visions of beings of various kinds. In the region, it had been quite a while, but in the region formerly known as the Elves' homeland, there are primarily undead to worry about. Potentially some fey creatures, but again, this was centuries ago, so I do not know what has come of it since then.
Okay. Thank you.
I will say, while
Are
it's
there,
called
sorry, go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
finish the
Are there
question.
safe places to go where we can get like rest and food and potions?
It is, I mean, I don't know what manner of civilization there might be there, if it's going to be hostile or not. It
Okay.
is. I mean, it is it is a large place. Just so you know, roughly, the continent of Tagash is larger than the continent that you're on now. So it's like it's literally it's about 3 times the size of the continent of this continent here. Um, Even at its widest point in the southern portion of uh, of Beltiar, which is the continent here,
Mhm.
it's like double that width across Tagash. This
Okay.
is a much smaller continent than that one is. So the region you're going to is roughly the size of Skarloss here. So just in terms of size comparison. And we'll go ahead and we'll show you the map that he gives you. And again, this is a very rough map as he does not have the entire continent. At the top right is the place he knows well. Aelrenar is the elven homeland, and what he shows basically is mountains up to the northeastern portion. Essentially, a large, almost like an island off the coast there, with lots of trees, lots of mountains, and then a strange little smudge across the way here. And what I'll tell you is this sort of makes up the 3 uh, factions of elves that lived in the area. The wood elves on the island over here, um, specifically known as Aelvir. The high elves living up in the mountains here, the Hilvos is the region there, and then the underground, which actually this is a tunnel that stretches under this strait of water across the way with an underground city here, known as Nerval. So, um, effectively, these were the kind of 3 factions of elves: the Wood Elves, High Elves, and Dark Elves, that all lived in peace in this region, and the whole region known as Aelrenar.
Can you
Um,
spell the underwater city?
That's actually underground. It goes under the water, but underground at the tunnel.
You said
Yeah.
the name there, but I don't know how to spell it.
Let's see. I mean, it doesn't. Nerval. So it's Hill, and Ilveer. Those are the three names there. Hilvas is the high elf, the Aelvir is the wood elf, and Nirval is the dark elf. Essentially, and we'll get into the whole history of it. That is what makes up the map here. This little dot right here is what is going to be where you're going to end up here. That is the Waygate, which you will
Of
point out
course.
on the map. This is there, and so yes, the dwarflands in the mountain in the hills and mountains to the southwest of our region there, directly south the human lands with the city of Yorlock, and far to the south the Orklands, the plains across there. With the only I don't know the names of the cities there, but I know there are 3, 2 along the rivers on the west and 1 on the eastern coast. Those are the only cities that I'm aware of from my time. I never traveled that far south myself before I left.
Where will the Waystone take us?
That little dot right there. on the map. There's a little dot there.
Okay.
Yep. And so, as I said, I have no inkling of what might lie in the lands beyond. I do know that there were, when I was there was a presence of undead in the Elvenar area, in the Elvenar region.
All right. Well, I guess we are as prepared as we are going to be.
Are we?
I mean, are we not?
I mean, do you
I
have
don't.
provisions? Do you have anything you're going to use for travel? I mean,
I got this saddle from Sora.
right?
Yeah, we're going to need provisions, aren't we? We haven't got. No one
Well,
can create food and water. No.
No.
Now?
mm-mm.
No. Have we ever had
Well,
anybody who can do that?
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
Sora probably could.
Sora could do
Did she?
Did purify, maybe not create. I don't know.
Oh, puree.
not create, I
Alara,
could
yeah.
purify it. Yeah.
Alari. Yeah.
Yeah, I could purify it so that we could drink the nasty stuff, but
I don't know.
You know,
Sorry, I had it either.
I have not had to worry about that for quite a long time, so I don't have much in the way that I could provide for you, specifically.
I guess we can. Is there a town near here that has provisions we could get?
Near here?
Mhm.
No.
No.
I mean, we provide enough for our mortal residents, but we do not have a large excess here. You could provide water, but food is somewhat limited.
I don't suppose
wonder-
many people eat actual food over here.
There are many thousands of mortal residents in this region.
Amethyst, is our ship still here?
It's just flying above you within the region.
Could we have food brought to the ship via that trunk? Magic box on the ship?
Don't know, maybe.
Potentially.
And then that way we can get it from like different cities because we've been to multiple places and we have contacts in multiple places, so we could get a bunch of different types of food all
However,
sent.
You have to put in the box import Oris, so
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
In the I mean, yes, you could have something put in the box there and have it shipped. It would provide some, yes,
Mhm.
or potentially some other way of getting food if you have some ideas around that.
Good berries? Oh, they only last for a couple hours.
Yes, it would not be permanent, as I understand it.
Oh, that was my idea. Get a hold of some people in Port Oris to ship some stuff to us via the box.
So you said that there were wood elves over this part and then high elves over here.
Mm-hmm.
Which type of elves did you say were here?
Dark elves.
The dark elves. Okay.
Mhm.
The other option is to get someone to create food and water item.
Well, message Alindra and see if she's got one, since she's in Port Ora.
Or Nils and see if you can make a Manatech one.
Yeah, but if you speak to Alindra, she can find one for you, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Get Alindra involved.
Okay.
Well, if she feels like being useful, you know.
Oh, she's ever useful, right?
I'm not saying that she's not. I'm just saying if she feels like being, you know, I mean, oh, I don't have one. Sorry, she's not likely to say that, is she? She'll be just like, oh, yeah,
We haven't got anyone that can cast it, though, so it would have to be a Manatech one.
okay.
It's
Yeah,
only a
that's-
cleric paladin spell, and we haven't got any clerics or paladins anymore.
I think
So-
artificers can do it as well, so Nels can probably make it.
Uh-huh.
Well, what? Who do you want to message then?
Nels?
Nils, yeah.
Well, quick message back there. That can be done. Let me just want to verify something real quick here. Let's see, what is that? It is a 3rd level spell, and well, of course not in the 2024. Is on the artificer list. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I will let you know that that can be arranged. Give him that's a fairly easy thing to pull off. Should have something for you within the hour.
That's nice.
Awesome.
Wow.
And so effectively, what you will end up with
Mhm.
okay. So basically, if you also need to contact the ship to come bring it to you then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we
So-
make sure that Zarloss knows that we're going to get the ship to come and drop some provisions off for us, so
He's
we
fine.
can let people know that not to eat anybody?
I mean, they can land in the same spot there. We'll make sure that the aerial guardians are not going to harass them in any way, and we'll make sure that they are safe upon their arrival. And so, what you will end up with there, and so basically, yes, the ship will come back down, land back on the kind of landing area on the castle, which you know to be within here, kind of this little flat section over on this side here. Gargoyles kind of guarding the area there will all kind of land and stay out of the way as the ship comes and descends. While captains don't seem to be nervous, the crew's again staying out of view for the most part there. Just Ale and the captain are on deck there. But the captain, only person on deck will be Eisner's, who basically they have something on the deck there. When you effectively they'll place a crate. It's about maybe a 2.5 by a 2.5 foot square crate, like a cubic little crate there. And when you'll when you arrive there, he sits down the crate, sits down a bag, put something on top of the crate as well. And Eisenier's hands a note to whoever happens to be there. We'll just call it Athena since you back with the crew there. The note basically says 2 things to help out. The crate will effectively is a Manatech crate that will create food and water once per day.
Oh, nice.
And there's also a spoon that you can. It's Merlin's spoon.
Yeah.
So
All right.
we'll also create a little.
Merlin's spoon.
Merlin spoon? Okay.
Merlin.
Oh, Merland. Okay.
I believe that's spelled there. Something similar to that. But yes, effectively both will allow. When you open the crate, there's actually when you take the crate out there, it does have a bunch of water skins in it. And so you basically, the instructions is basically take all the water skins out before you activate it. The water skins will fill up, the crate will fill with food, and effectively it'll basically create food and water enough to do the effects of the spell, essentially, which is enough for quite a few people to sustain food for 24 hours. So this
Okay.
should do. The food's bland but nourishing, spoils upon eating after 24 hours. The water is clean, does not go bad. So effectively, you can just keep refilling the water as needed, and just put things back in the crate when you're done, or however you want to do it there. So effectively, you may end up having to waste some here and there, but it's plenty to keep you and the whole party fed.
Cool.
And Merlin Spoon is a backup in case there's anything wrong with the if the Manatech is broken, Merlin Spoon is a backup. At least it gets you some food.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Merlin.
Yep.
Awesome.
And I'll bring that back and just
Yep.
leave the note with Lucas.
Sure. So the crate it's kind of a crate. You'll either load the crate on something or put it in your portable hole. It is not extra dimensional space, so it will work. It will not be a problem putting it in a portable hole.
We've all got bags of holding, haven't we?
Or bags of holding. Yeah, as long as it can open up large enough for a 2.5 by 2.5 cubic crate.
The portable hole has been empty for a while now because we've been using it to transport bodies and stuff.
So you could easily put it in there. It's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
Okay.
it might be quite fun to use it at some point.
Yeah, you have that option.
Hmm.
And so effectively, then the captain. So since you're going to be gaining things for provisions, are you embarking on another trip? What is the plan?
Yes, you guys are going to go back to Ravenscrest, I think, or whatever you need to do.
All right.
Tell Dennis he's welcome to use the ship if he needs to.
Well,
We're off to the Nightmare Lands, which is going to be fun, and it's probably going to be a while before we're seen again.
We're
That.
well, he will kind of shake hands and basically salute and/or whatever is appropriate there for folks there. Eyes and ears will effectively do the same, and you'll be safe, and sure you'll come back soon. I do not want to go the rest of my life without seeing any of you again.
Same here. We're not going to die anytime soon. We'll be fine. I'm going to give everybody a hug.
Ask is going to live forever.
Sure.
Yep.
That's if he survives. Yeah. If he does all of the dangerous things that he's been doing recently, like throwing himself into a massive, I don't know, just a situation, then I don't know, maybe. Yep. We'll see.
Well, the hugs and everything else to go around there, effectively giving you guys a chance to say goodbye. And once you're settled, the ship will take off, and you will see it retreat to the south, heading off, presumably back home, leaving you here at the castle of Amborin Zarloss, who basically waits in the doorway there. It is still daylight outside, so he does not step out to meet you. He stands in a kind of a shadowed alcove there at the doorway, and nods as the ship watches the ship depart. And as you come back in, it's always interesting to see the designs of Gervon, but a different take on aerial travel.
Hey, if you like aerial
No?
travel, look at this. I'm going to get my carpet out and just start zooming around.
Those are quite handy on the small scale, yes.
Uh-huh.
Though I do understand the capability when they are strung together. I have actually seen the Dauntless in action. It was quite
That's something.
astounding feat of magical arcane engineering. But
We've got a friend who's got a permanent, magnificent mansion on a flying carpet. That is absolutely awesome. Let me tell you.
hmm,
Hmm.
what is the interesting prospect?
It's genius.
I will have to commission some of our arcanists to begin to think of something along those lines.
Right. Well,
I mean,
Mr.
it is
Mr. Nils
it is.
Pretzel is the inventor of that. So
I know this Nils.
you do? He's awesome, Nils is.
Oh, he did quite a service for the North.
Oh,
Roughly what 60 years ago, maybe 50 years ago, I believe. He and a
that's
group of adventurers traveled out into the tundra to deal with an issue. I'm surprised he's not mentioned it.
no,
He
we'll
was
have to ask him about it when we see him again.
a strange coven of ice witches were causing a tremendous surge in cold weather. It was traveling south beyond these reaches,
Mm.
threatening some of our northern settlements and cities to the south of us. And Nielsen and a group of adventurers went and dealt with it and destroyed them, restoring it to a more of what you see today. But yes, he's quite invented, that one.
Yeah, he's a bloody genius.
Well, with that, is there anything else you need before you depart?
What time of day is it?
It's daytime, so
Daytime.
you got here kind of in the morning there. So it's probably in late afternoon, like maybe 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
Are we intending to go now, or are we going to stop the night?
Let's see here. It would be.
Don't know.
It is still. I would say it is probably early morning over there at this point. Effectively, yeah. So think of it this way: as it's difference between you and Nan's is 5 hours. Is that right?
Yeah.
It's 5 hours earlier. It's 5 hours earlier there.
Okay. From here to East Coast is 5 hours.
Yeah. It's roughly a similar distance.
All right.
So when we travel over there, we get jet lag.
Yeah, it'll be morning.
Can we get a Waystone IRL so that we can pop over and visit?
Yes, it would be very nice.
It would.
But yes. So actually, if there's anything else, then he will take you down. He actually through the castle. You'll actually end up in this. He takes you out into like a courtyard, a very isolated courtyard area where there's a ring of stones built. It's almost like a miniature Stonehenge kind of looking thing there, but it's about maybe 25, 30 feet across roughly, with a arrangement of stones around there in a very meticulously or like a very even pattern, with the ground is all clear around it, and there's a bit of hum of magical energy. Lucas, as you hold the stone, it kind of thrums in almost like a pulse, with the energy in this ring of stones. Um, it says what you hold is the key to accessing this way gate. And there's no like conjuration core like there would be a teleportation circle there. It's literally kind of like almost the air in between these stones is the source of power. There's no there's no teleportation circle specifically. It's something about the stones, maybe the internal structure of them. Um, as you do move closer, you'll kind of feel the connection. The stone almost gets warmer in your hand and pulses with energy. Um, if there's nothing else, as soon as you step in, you will see a shimmer in the air around you, almost like a wavering effect to it, like you're seeing two places at once, almost. And effectively, as you hold the stone, you realize that you can just will a shift from one place to another. It's just what you hold is the key. And if there's nothing else anyone wishes to do or say before you leave, Warloss just stands at the side there and says, "Safe travels to you.
See you
I
again
hope
soon,
that
hopefully.
all
Yeah.
goes well. If you are going to return via that method there, please let us know so we are not caught unawares of your impending arrival."
Okay.
Okay.
Um, uh, and and as you stand there, you will see again sort of the shifting, like you see the kind of the castle kind of shifting. It's almost like the image of the castle around you kind of wavers out of view, and you see sort of a landscape, and then back to the castle and the landscape there. And Lucas, you kind of like hold it and just focus on the other image, kind of bringing it more into relief. And then there's just a, a bit of a strange like shift in your stomach, and not enough to make you like sick or anything. It's not quite like a teleport of a weird like pulling and like the sensation there. It's literally just you kind of feel things just kind of like turn, and what you see then is a very similar circle, but the area beyond it is completely different. You stand on a blasted landscape of scoured by wind and snow. There's snow-capped mountains to, well, the north of you, effectively, and the east and slightly to the south, so west and to the south of you. To the east, you can see sort of a slope, a deeply sloping there, and you can see water like off in the distance. And what looks like a fog shrouded island of some kind beyond that. You can't make out any details of the landmass beyond the water that you can see from this high elevated position. The ground slopes sharply away from you, and there's the remnants of a maybe an old rail that's all broken and grown out and scoured by time, kind of heading off and up to the northeast. Looking up into the mountains, you see fragments of towers and buildings, long toppled and barely. It takes you a moment to realize they were structures at any point. They're just all broken and scattered across the mountain face below, the mountain face around it. Roughly in the direction you would expect to see this little icon on the map. What was probably a large city, and you realize that the architecture of that city is very similar to the architecture of the castle you just came from. Those tall spires and very gothic looking, of pale stone, and but nothing living, nothing moving among the mountains above you. It is chilly here. Not quite as cold as where you came from. You're not sure exactly like what with latitude you're at right now, but the temperature is a little bit warmer here. It is also morning here. The sun is just cresting, um, uh, is just rising at this point. There, as you realize it's probably just past dawn, so much lower on the horizon out there. But for the moment, you are in the Nightmare Land, in the region known as Aelrenar, the original elven homeland before the Cataclysm. What would you like to do?
So this castle that's here that looks like his castle, is it in like a bad state of repair? Is it?
Oh, it's gone. It's rubble. It's
Okay,
yeah.
rubble.
It's
Okay.
it's more of a city than just a castle. It's like it's you can see on the mountainside, all of the north there, like broken, fragmented, like pieces of tower. You see kind of just ruined structures everywhere. Nothing is intact. Nothing at all. From what you can see. It's still it's up into the mountains and there is a sort of a trail that goes off that direction. But you don't see any creatures. You don't see um, any people or anything else in this vicinity. It's just this blasted, windswept landscape.
Okay then. So,
Well, before we set off, I'll spend 10 minutes inspiring everybody.
Sure. And you take your as you speak the word to kind of find yourselves in a new place, in a strange and potentially dangerous place. You
How
don't
many
see an
times?
immediate danger, at least.
So,
22.
22. Yep. Um, give me a well, give me a perception check to see what the three of you notice. Just off uh, in the immediate area. Okay. Esk is just sort of like uh, is sort of like kind of trying to warm himself up as the air is much colder than he's used to here.
we haven't untied him
and-
yet.
No, I'm sure he's okay.
I am wearing my cold weather gear that Amethyst brought me.
Yes,
So
yes, it is.
I-
It is definitely cold here. Not quite as cold as where you came from again, like I said before, but it's still cold. So Amethyst, yeah, you're kind of just taking it all in. You're just again trying to look at the cityscape above you there, the ruined what used to be a city of some kind up in the mountains. Athena, you find yourself looking down over the landscape below you, kind of down the slope there. And again, just trying to look for anything living, anything that's like any deer or any kind of like animal life or people or anything, and there's just nothing there. It's just sort of dead. There is some like scrubby like grasses and stuff like that, so it's not like completely lifeless entirely. But you don't see any signs of settlement. You don't see any signs of you don't see any animals. You don't see any birds in the sky here currently. Lucas with a 19, you will take note of the same tower. The stone itself feels like it's depleted. Like it might take some more time to recharge. You're not sure how long exactly it'll take, but you can still feel the connection it has with the stones around you here. And while it looks intact, um, you don't see any signs of people of any footsteps or anything else. It's completely barren along here. The second you step out of the circle, as if you're going to here, you will notice that when you look back at the circle, you see a ruined tumble of rocks and boulders. No like presence of the circle appears. Lucas, however, you notice holding the stone, you can still see the circle of stones that's there. But to anyone else that is not holding the stone, holding the waystone, it looks just like a couple of tumbled rocks on a flat spot in the hillside. You actually can't see their circle of stones at all. See the unseen pass beyond the veil.
Yeah. Interesting.
What's interesting?
Well, can you see the circle?
See what circle?
The one you came out of. Yep. Like when you look, as soon as you step beyond the circle, you can see the circle. You could see the circle. You can't see it now.
Nope.
Right. You know, you said there was a fog-shrouded island. Is that the one to the east?
Yes.
Okay.
It's more like you see it land beyond the water. It's not just an island. It's like you see a little glint of water along the area over here, and then just like fog and things there. You can't really see anything of the land on the other side of the water. Other than there is land and but it's completely shrouded by fog.
Okay.
Lucas, one thing as you're kind of looking back there, you will see there's some down the slope to the south over here, somewhere in you assume in this direction over here, there is a large, like cracked, almost like ravine looking area. Like the ground is disrupted and there's either a ravine or a hole of some kind off in there, up in the south, east of you, down the slope. You will see like some very like bare shrubs and some like lifeless trees in the area here. Like there may have been more trees and plant life in the area, but it's just not really alive. Although it's basically that you're in winter now, so you can't tell if those trees were okay in the spring and they're not okay now, or if they're just lifeless in general.
Okay. Where are we going then? Which direction?
No idea. We forgot to ask.
Mm-hmm.
We did.
Hold on.
Didn't know.
Hold on. I'm going to roll a survival.
Sure.
I want to see if I can see footprints or anything
Sure.
headed any one specific direction.
You don't see much in the way of tracks of any kind. There, you'll spot with a decent roll there. There are some sparse animal tracks, like maybe a deer of some kind, maybe a wolf of some kind. You don't see any tracks of people, however. You
No
don't see any
people tracks.
there are some animal tracks of some kind. They're not recent, but there definitely are some signs of wildlife in the area. So it's not completely lifeless.
Well, that's good. At least there's some type of animal life around here.
It's good if as long as
might-
they're friendly. I mean, we don't know what kind of
Huh.
animals they're going to be here, so don't get too excited.
The ground suddenly rumbles around you.
Oh dear.
Like though everything starts to shake. There's sort of, and you kind of feel like everything around you, everything is shaking. There's just this like shuddering motion that you've never experienced something like this before. Specifically, it's almost it's almost like sitting in a chair and having someone just like grabbing the chair and shaking it while you're sitting in it. It's just that sort of sensation of everything around you is moving. There's a low rumble all over the place there, and you start to like look around. Some rocks come tumbling down the mountainside a little bit. Just a couple little rocks here and there shifting. And as you start to look around for some place to get cover or anything else, the rumbling stops. Nothing seems to have changed in the landscape other than a couple of rocks shifted, but the ground settles, and you wait for a moment, move to some place. Doesn't happen again.
I wonder what that was about.
Mm. Maybe we shouldn't stay still for too long. Maybe we could go north. North sounds good.
North?
Yeah.
North? The High Elves?
Yeah.
Ruined
Okay.
city.
The ruined city. Sure.
North
I mean,
sounds good.
there is a trail, but you're going up in the mountains, and there's snow and everything else up there.
Okay.
Like it is snowy, snow-capped, like high elevation mountains, up that direction. So, heading north.
I'm gonna spend 10 minutes summoning my steed.
Okay. So, you get out your Pegasus arrives. Okay.
Pegasus.
I thought you said Sneed. You said
I thought he
Sneed.
said Sneed
Right.
too, and I was
Yeah, I
like, "What
did.
in the world?"
What
A
is a Sneed?
Yeah.
I'm going to get my coffee to them because,
Wow.
how fast can Pegasus go?
Lucas.
Athena's gonna
As your Pegasus arrives, it same as it always is. It looks very uneasy. Like it's shifting around, not like panicked or anything like that, but it's definitely looking around a lot. Just like you see its head kind of turning, and kind of like its eyes darting here and there, looking down the hill, looking up at the mountains, just kind of looking all over the place. It eventually starts to settle down. It's not, that doesn't get into a panic of any kind, but it's definitely not. It's definitely on high alert. You know that much. So, you hop on your Pegasus, sir. Athena, yes, you can bring up your horse, and your horse will arrive.
That's because
So-
of goat, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's not going to bother. He can move as fast as a horse can anyway. So unless he gets
Yeah.
tired, which isn't likely as a monk, actually he can move faster than a horse. So he'll keep up. I mean, and let's assume you're gonna hop on your carpet.
Yep. I want to
Okay,
know
so-
how fast Lucas's Pegasus can go.
What are the stats?
Fly at 90 feet.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So, Esk and Athena on the ground, and Lucas and Amethyst in the air, heading north. Okay. So you kind of start to kind of move up in elevation, essentially, kind of going up a very steep ascent. And there is definitely remnants of what may have been a road or a trail of some kind or a pathway, heading kind of up into the mountains here. It's all like broken. There's been sections that have been either collapsed or avalanche, or and so you find yourself picking your way through the rocks and trying to find purchase along the way. Those of you flying can see from a higher vantage point as you move up. You can see just sort of like what was probably a large city and other structures off in the mountains in various places there, that have none of it's intact. It's all collapsed. You'll see kind of broken towers. You'll see what might be almost entirely made of stone in this region here, but it's all been just like crumbled and broken there. As you kind of try to fly into a space, fly into an area, you'll see a shorter structure that's somewhat intact. It is still broad daylight. You kind of move into there. What kind of approach do you want to make toward this? Maybe it might be like a one-story like house of some kind. May have been
cautious
some sort of.
approach. but not like stealth mode. Does that help?
I will need to give you, those of you on the ground, I will need to give me some sort of a riding or a dexterity check of some kind to pick your way among the rocks and rubble, as there is no actual road. You are literally like guiding a steed through rocks and up a
So
mountainside.
you want a dexterity check or animal handling?
In this case, animal handling, as you are trying to guide a horse.
Mm-hmm.
Esk will just be climbing in because he's among. Yeah, you manage to like kind of move through there, and seeing where they are, you can kind of see a structure. And as you kind of pick your way up in there, you will come out into a fairly flat section of what might have been a essentially a highland pasture of some kind. It's kind of flat enough to have had some animals or something else. There's a rough, what may have been like a stone wall around this space here, where they may have had like a pasture for like sheep of some kind, or goats, whatever. It's about the size you would expect for something like that. And as you approach the structure, again, it's a flat, a mostly flat roof. It's a slight pitch to the roof, and it's a bit sheltered in where it's built, to prevent snow from falling on it directly. There's no windows, there's no door anymore. It's just a gaping open space as you look toward this flat building. Give me perception checks.
This is where my luck runs out.
It's fine.
I've not rolled any double figures so
Wow.
far today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
It's all on you, Ash.
well, actually, it makes sense. You guys are flying above. They're kind of looking down. You don't see any sort of like any sign of anything else there. But on the ground there, Athena, you're kind of looking into this space there, and there's movement.
Oh.
You can't see it from above really at all, but there's definitely movement in the darkness beyond this open like doorway and the windows that are on the front of this place. Again, they're just all open. There's no door. There's no windows actually there. Just the space where they may have been at one time.
Right.
There's movement. And as you sort of, yeah, good.
I'm going to motion to ask to stop and try and get a hold of Athena, or that's me. I'm Athena. A hold of Amethyst and Lucas by waving my arms, and I'm gonna crouch down real low.
Okay. Again, you're just in kind of a flat pasture area leading up toward the house itself. You drop off the horse and you can't go on the horse. You hop off the horse there and get down low there. Those you see them stop and waving her hands as she jumps off the horse there and gets low to the ground. And what you'll see is, after a moment or two, as you kind of like there again, you see a little bit of more movement in there, and running out from the structure that will charge toward you is a pack of very lean and hungry looking wolves. They don't seem to be supernaturally large at all. They just seem to be very lean, gaunt looking things running at you. I mean, what do you want to do with them as they charge at you?
They're wolves
Yeah.
charging at me.
Yes, you and Esk, because you're on the ground.
I'm prepared to brace for impact and get ready to fight.
Okay, I'm not going to have you roll for initiative. They're wolves. You're 15th level character. I'm asking you, what are you doing with them? You're just going to dispatch them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so
do I want to? They look normal wolves, right? Not like
they're very lean and gaunt, but they don't have like glowing weird eyes. They don't have any weird aura to them. They're just these lean, hungry wolves that are rushing out at you.
Oh, okay. Well, they're hungry. I'll probably pull out some rations and throw it at them.
Okay. They will devour it. They will jump on the rations and devour it, but it's not going to like one or, and you'll see as they stream out there, it's a group of 6 wolves that come out from this structure. Um, um, uh, and just to clarify, this is a homestead on the outskirts. The city's still what's there. This would have been like a little home, a little farm, or some kind of little pasture area, not in the city itself. This is sort of like, again, this is in the mountains as you approach. Um, and just to clarify, Elvir, uh, Elvir is the island where the wood elves were. Isn't Heelvoth above there?
Oh, sorry.
I.
If they are
Yeah.
still coming at me, or I only managed to get a few of them,
A couple will jump on there, and the rest will keep coming at you. Yeah.
then I'll probably do try and intimidate them, and then get ready to just dispatch
Okay.
them if they keep coming.
Give me an intimidation.
That rolled
see
off of a 20.
It's okay. It's still good enough. I mean, they're animals.
Mhm.
So you kind of, I mean, so how do you try to intimidate them?
Oh, I so roar at them like,
Yeah.
I'm a big bad giant monster of some sort.
Sure.
They don't know who I am.
You're a big bad giant there with a big weapon and stuff like that. So as you kind of rip your full sight and roar at them, they do sort of like scramble away there and kind of like look at you, look back at the food, look over at the horse that's there, and just sort of like kind of get low. You definitely have intimidated them. They're not gonna. They stop their charge at you at least the moment there and kind of start to slink away in that sort of animal, like subservient look to them. But they're not. They've stopped their charge at least and sort of backing away from you.
Okay.
The ones that you that jumped on your rations there have already devoured them. Whatever you threw out there. Because they're looking up there, seeing they're the ones there. They'll sort of like whine and growl and back away from you slightly. They don't run off, but they definitely back away.
That's fine. They've backed away. I'm just gonna see if I can peek in. I don't want to kill them if I don't have to.
Sure.
I'm gonna throw some fire bolts on the ground in front of them so that they're scared.
Yeah.
Backwards.
They scatter a bit at that, and so they kind of they scatter away from that and kind of slink off in various directions there. Still warily, like looking up at the sky, looking at you. I think you're able to get around there. You will see inside. It's dark there, but you have dark vision, so you kind of see into the darkness inside this structure. It would have been like probably a single family home of some kind there. There's nothing intact, no furniture, no belongings, no like anything else there. It's just a hollowed out space now that's mostly made of stone. And you can see the kind of detritus of bone and such inside there that might have been remnants of their meals that they brought back to here. But yeah, nothing really in terms of any people or anything else. It just seems to be a home that has become a den to some wolves.
So there's no indication of how long nobody's been here.
I mean, the fact that the door has rotted away and there's no windows and no windows in the frames that are there anymore.
It's definitely been more
definitely
than a few
old. You see, like kind of the edges of the stone roof. The roof is mostly intact. It's very well built. A whole kind of like stone slate that is all scoured and worn by time. Yeah, it's been a long time. Hard to tell exactly. It's well built, but nothing has touched this in a long time. Anything made of wood or any kind of like fabric or anything else that would have been inside here is long rotted away.
All right. Do we want to keep moving northward? What do you guys see up there?
Your vantage point above, you see again more as you move up into the mountain. You can see more buildings. What looks like there, you can kind of start to make out what might have been streets at one point. But again, it's just everything is all toppled and broken. There's nothing really intact, and you don't see anything Well, give me those of you up in the air. Give me another perception check, looking out into the ruins. The ruins, what might have been what would have been a city. What you see up there among the ruins.
It's better.
Slightly better.
With those, yeah, slightly better. Excellent. Yeah. So with those rolls there, as you kind of like seeing up there, you'll spot a couple other like almost like this, like in various like little flattened shelves among the mountains as you rise up in elevation. You'll spot other structures similar to this, or some other what may have been like a watchtower of some kind there on that little like lonely peak. Um, you'll see some remnants of what might have been walls like that have crumbled there, and among the city itself, again, every structure has been toppled and broken. There's nothing like intact that you can see among them there. But with those high rolls and the natural 20 there, there is motion.
In the ocean.
You see something moving. Hard to say exactly what you get. It's a long ways off. It's miles and miles off still. You have many miles to go to see to reach the actual outskirts of the city itself. But there is movement among the rubble up there. Hard, you can't really make out what or how big or how many or anything else there, but there is movement there.
Do we want to take a closer look? And you've got something on your shoulder.
I do. I think Athena needs to get like a spirit animal.
Some kind of cat that just perches on her.
What I have you for?
So do we want to go and take a closer look? We can see something moving out there.
Out further?
Like further into the...
Do we want to...
Miles. It's a ways off, yeah. It's not
Okay.
like not within any range of spell or anything else like that right now that you have.
Do we want to do telepathic link now before we head out that
Not
way?
at this point. No, maybe when we get closer.
Okay.
Yeah. Those of you flying could probably reach the city itself within about 15 minutes or so. Those of you on foot are going to take hours to get there. You are picking away through rubble. There is no road. There is no trail. Like, it's going to take a long time to get there on foot. Because again, trying to travel a couple of miles through broken terrain up a mountain is not going to be easy.
Did you ever pick up an item that lets you fly or not? No.
I think so.
Okay.
S can do it in small bursts, and I think a certain number of times per day. I think you guys were talking about getting a potion of flight or something like that, just to have backup for Athena if she needed it temporarily.
We got some feather tokens,
fall.
didn't we?
Yeah.
But I mean, she could do with a broom at some point, I think. Maybe we'll get her one.
Broom?
Broom of flying, yeah. Be awesome.
Isn't that like for people who have magic powers?
No.
No?
It's just a device for movement.
Yep.
There's all sorts of weird variations of the broom of flying within Port Oris, but people with like ornithopters and various flying devices.
I like a helicopter. That'd be cool.
So let's get a bit closer,
Okay.
so that we can see what kind of creatures they are, and then we'll decide whether.
Do we know where we're going yet, though?
No.
Going north.
Can we
Just pick
we
the
did
first.
a long time ago? We did a scrying on Corwain.
Sure.
We got a brief picture before it got cut off.
Sure.
Do we recognise the landscape around it?
No, nothing like this.
Wasn't mountain then.
It was a hellscape. It was a hellscape. It was a city, but it was like fire and like classic like fiends flying in the sky.
That's
Nothing
why
like
I
this.
said. Well, I know that we in this place there are like, rifts that are open that go there. That I think that's where we'll need to be. I don't think that we're just coming here. I think that we have to go. We have to go through to deal with him, which I really don't want to even think about right now. But I think that is something that is inevitable at some point.
Going through
That's
a
where
rift?
we need to go and deal with him. Into a hellscape, yeah.
Can we do
there's no-
anything but that? I will go make friends with your vampire friend before I would want to do that.
But we're here to deal with
Um,
Corwain, and it looks like that's where he is.
the two of you flying there, give me a stealth check as you try to just as you're trying to. I mean, obviously you're just flying in the sky right now, but just sort of like if you're keeping out of view or just like flying. Okay, excellent, excellent. Okay, um, so with that, however, you will see as you kind of picking your vantage points there and kind of trying to like fly just charging right up there through the sky. You will see what might be. Okay, well, I'm going to keep your perception checks rolling here because it's still kind of the same thing as you're watching there.
Mhm.
There are what might be human-sized, like humanoid-sized things moving among the broken streets and the rubble. However, aim at this with a natural 20 because what the heck? You will see that at least one of them just passes right through the rocks, moving along what might have been a street at one point there, just walking through rubble as if it wasn't there. Just passing through solid
Oh,
objects,
like ghosts?
moving along a street, like some kind of incorporeal undead, yes. And then you will spot among the broken towers of this space something large and very pale white shift and moves up from one broken tower off into another one there. Massive looking, easily 40, 50, 60 feet long, depending on there. You see a bit of a tail crest as it moves from one tower to another. Um, that looks like a dragon. White scales, not shiny. Kind of a flat white, almost like snow, like it's again you're seeing it almost like in a backdrop of snow, and if it wasn't for moving, you probably wouldn't have spotted it, like because there actually is snow among the peaks up here. But if it hadn't been moving, you probably wouldn't have seen it. Large creature, very large.
So there seems to be some kind of white dragon over there, and some ghosts or something.
Way up. It's still, again, probably a good mile or two off. It's not like I said. Yeah, and you kind of as you're watching closely, yes, it seems to be just something moving along the street, as if it were a person walking along a main street, but passing through the rubble as if it's not there.
I'm starting to think maybe we should choose a different direction. Like,
Well, there's no fiends and things flying around this place. So.
no, but also, it seems like we're here to find specific things, and this doesn't seem to be any of those things. If there's any people around, they're not going to be here. So I've got a feeling we should just turn back and go in a different direction. What do you guys think?
Yeah, sounds good.
Well, I mean, you I don't think did you actually do the telepathic bond?
Nope, not yet.
This is you and Lucas then talking because the ones on the ground can't hear you.
Okay.
So
Let's head down and say
Okay.
I think probably go a different direction.
so you drop down out of the sky, see Athena and Esk kind of staying out of view for the most part there, kind of leading your horse along with you, as it is currently still summoned. And yeah, there's a dragon up there. There's some kind of ghostly things that are moving along the cities, but no sign of fiends or anything else like that would indicate the.
Wait. There's
Uh,
a dragon up there and ghostly people up there.
Mm-hmm.
Can't ghosts talk?
They're like mindless undead, aren't they? Normally, I don't know. I've never met a ghost that had a chat with me.
I don't think they can be very chatty.
No,
No.
and I don't
Um,
know if that dragon would be chatty either. Maybe he would. Who knows?
I
He,
mean-
she, they.
It'd be awesome to be able to take down the dragon, don't you think?
We've already done that though. Well, you weren't with us at the time, but we've done that already.
Yeah.
That's old news.
Yeah, boring.
Boring to take. I don't have the dragon slayer feat yet, Like,
one thing, go ahead and as you guys are kind of talking there and kind of discussing this there, give me perception checks again.
I'm willing to walk and do.
They're
the
all
dance,
together now.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's coming,
but-
isn't
I assume what you're talking, so okay. Lucas off in the distance, kind of on the far, like you saw the dragon was over here among a couple of broken towers. You see one taking flight way in the distance, just on the far end of where the city would be. Another one actually flying, taking off into the sky. I mean, it's hard to tell scale-wise how far off it is exactly, but you can definitely see it, like that shape there. Those long, dragon. Well, you've seen a dragon, the silver dragon, as librarian did take their actual dragon form, and it's more shaped like that. It's not shaped like the one you fought, because that was a very serpentine, long thing with no wings.
Yeah.
More of the oriental dragons of depictions there.
Oh, yes,
This
we
is more
fought
like the
Guide
classic
as well.
dragon.
We fought Guide as well, didn't we?
A skeletal thing in a small
Yeah.
cramped space. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So yeah, it looks more like a stereotypical dragon taking flight in the sky off, like further away. I mean, definitely.
Is it going
there's
that way? Or is it
obviously
coming
no-
this way?
It just takes off into the sky. It's kind of like flying around.
Right.
They pointed out to everyone.
Yeah, doesn't even coming in your direction or anything else. It's just kind of like flying around. It's miles off. I mean, it's definitely like the one that's closer, maybe about 2 miles away. That one's probably a good 5 to 10 miles away, depending on scale. It's hard to see exactly, but I mean, it's blue sky, broad daylight. It can be seen there.
Do we want to, I guess, head south then? We don't want to even investigate the city at all?
Well, it's full of
You want-
undead and dragons.
Do you want to take on at least 2 dragons and some ghosts
mean,
and undead
according-
things? And
According to you, been there, done that doesn't seem to bother you. So why do 2 dragons seem to bother you now?
because that's not what we're here for. We're here to look for the rifts and find fiends and find the ways to find Corwain and Rary and kill those guys. We're not here to pick off a fight with every single thing, like scaring the wolves away. We don't want to fight everything here. We don't want to weaken ourselves and get to the point where we've got to find somewhere to bloody rest and stuff. If we can find people, humans or elves or anybody who can maybe say, oh yeah, we know where there's a rift, it's over there, that would be great. If we can find rifts themselves or demons or devils or something that says, yeah, this way to hell, then that's the way we go. This doesn't look like, we don't need to be here. This is not something we need to worry about right now. If you want to go there, then that's that's something that we can talk about, but I don't think it's necessary right now. And it's scary.
I'm not scared. But I'll go wherever you
No?
want to go. No, I'm not
There's at least
terrified.
2 of them.
I'm not scared of dragons.
Yeah, but there's at least 2 of them. There could be more. There could be a whole bunch of them.
Uh-huh. I don't know where.
There's a person who's
Let's
ever
go.
fought a dragon before.
Yeah, right?
Huh? Yeah, indeed.
This is from the person who's never fought a dragon before. I'm not scared. Till that first breath weapon comes, and then all of a sudden they're terrified. Yep.
Yeah. When that 12d8 cold damage hits you.
I have resistances to cold, thank you.
Cool.
I
Good.
don't, thank you. Do you, Lucas?
Yeah.
Currently, yes.
Yes.
Still. Okay. So, and Ask is kind of in your camp there, like, oh yeah, we could take them. Like then seeing the second one, that's a little more than I think we should maybe deal with right now.
Y'all are a bunch of chickens, and I'll turn around and start heading south.
It's not about being a chicken. It's about that's not what we're looking for specific things here. We're here on a mission, and this is not what that mission is. If the mission was find all the white dragons and kill them, then that would be it. But that's not something that we need to be doing right now.
So,
What did it ever do? What did it do to you?
Exactly.
I mean, nothing yet.
Dragons are intelligent creatures.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe we could talk to it and ask
When
it
murder
where
them?
we should go. I'm not saying murder them. I'm saying we could talk to it. Possibly.
Right. Okay. Let's do telepathic bond. You go over there and have a chat with that dragon, and then let us know if it's safe to come over. Yeah. All right. We'll wait here.
Oh.
Chill.
I would like to point out something here. White dragons, you've never
Mm-mm.
they don't exist in the world.
Yeah.
To see 2 of them in this place,
Mm-hmm.
like it was a big deal to see a silver dragon, like where you
Yeah.
saw it, and she came from the elemental plane of water. These
You
things
don't
living
check it out?
living here, roosting here. This is
Huge.
this is definitely strange.
Yeah. Definitely.
I mean,
Like
but the
strange
fact is,
as in
they
like
they are
don't
still
go check it
they
out.
are still
or
strange.
strange as in
They are
go
still
check
dragons.
it out.
I'm just pointing out here. It dawns on you, like, wait a minute, there are actually dragons living here. They left the material plane. There weren't dragons don't live in the material plane and haven't, as far as anyone's aware of, for millennia.
Yeah, but
Like,
we
for
know
over
that
1,000 years.
we know that
Yeah.
there are at least some dragons that are back, don't we?
Now you do, for sure.
I mean,
I'm gonna do ascending to Sora and tell her we've just seen 2 white dragons.
don't you dare. Because she's gonna be so
Yep.
pissed.
Yep. So Laura gets the message that they are.
What do you
Do you
reckon?
tell- do you tell her where you're-
Friendly?
Do you tell her where they're at?
Oh,
No.
Okay.
good. Because she would
Yeah.
definitely go find them.
Yeah. Thor kind of freaks out, yells in your ear a couple times about for a sentence or two about where are you? Where are they? Where?
It's a good thing she doesn't have scrying. Let me tell you.
Yep. So yes, white dragons flying around. 2 of them, as you can see right now. Who knows if there's more? Again, there's a lot of territory up there. There's a lot of mountains. There's a lot of space. To kind of put it into context here, the hexes on this are about roughly 100 miles across. So, actually, maybe not quite that much. More like about 50. Yeah, about 50 miles across.
All right, so we're headed south now.
Okay. Come back down on the mountains a little bit there, and you didn't go. at the time you finally come back down out of the mountains, about to where the circle is or so, um, it's getting to be probably at this point early evening, late afternoon, early evening, about 5 o'clock or so. This time of the year, you got a couple hours before sundown.
Um, can I, while I am on the horse walking or drive, well, whatever it is
Sure.
that horses do, could I draw a picture of everything that I saw up there? The dragons, the the ruins, the ghosts.
Well, you couldn't see the
Couldn't see
ghosts
them.
because from the ground you couldn't see them.
No, but I got a visual image from what she said in my head. I'm just
Sure,
gonna
you can
draw
go
the
and start to
pictures.
just okay.
Mhm.
So you start. Do you have any skills around that? Not sure
I don't
specifically.
have any tools put in, and I don't know if it was because I skipped it or what, but I don't have any tools. So I'm gonna say for right
Okay,
now, no. I'm just going to draw it. It could be horrible. I don't
sure.
care.
Okay, so you start sketching what kind of a rough outline of. Um, give me a uh, go ahead and give me a I guess performance check. Makes sense.
Sure.
Oh,
Performance.
performance.
I mean, I guess it'd be more of a dexterity or something, but it's fine there. Wow. Okay then. It's not perfect. I mean, you don't have like you didn't get the view of it there, but you sort of like draw a city street with some like ghostly looking figures walking along it. Again, about this, I mean, like it's not a competition.
It is.
Like sort of, no, because the thing is, it's literally drawing in a little sketchbook right now. So literally looking
Oh
over your
yeah.
shoulder and trying to copy it.
Thanks to
But
Gildor, I've got a +11 on my performance. I thought I'd just try and,
yes,
do a little bit as well.
so we said Amethyst trying to be a copycat.
Yeah, copy
Oh
that.
no. Hey, you could have
Copy
Gildor
Tabaxi.
make it for
Yep.
me. That'd be awesome. I could like ask him if he could draw it out for me, and then I'd have a really good one. Still drawing
Good.
everything.
It's not terrible. Again, you kind of draw buildings the way you think they should look.
Hmm?
Again, you don't have a full architecture now, but kind of the long, thin, spiry buildings and some like ghostly figures walking along there. A little dragon kind of imaged up in the sky off in the corner of the picture. It's not terrible. Like I said, without any really like major skill in it, it's not a bad sketch. Gets the idea across there, but it's not something you're going to hang on a wall.
Nope.
Okay,
Okay.
right. Listen, if
Yeah.
I've got spells left at the end of the day, I'll message Gildor and ask him if he saw it. And if he did see it, I'll ask him to paint it.
You're the
Okay.
best.
Okay. Let me go roll here.
I was definitely
Okay.
feeling some
Um,
sort of emotions when I saw those dragons.
yeah. Gildor will basically message back that he and what you'll notice is that the sending is a little bit fuzzier than normal. And you realize that it's the one to Sora wasn't quite as like Sora was kind of excited and almost like yelling in your ear back.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of garbled partially because of that, but you realize that it's a little bit rougher from there as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like and actually give me a charisma check real quick.
Oh, damn it.
Okay. It's all right.
Mhm.
This spell it works. It absolutely works. However, it feels a little strange. Like it's almost like you're trying to. It's like trying to see like you see through like a murky. It's almost like you're trying to. Here. It's almost the magical casting sensation of moving your hand through like molasses or anything else. It feels slow and sluggish and odd. And you realize in that sensation, you're kind of shaking it off a little bit there. Lucas, you've been feeling a little bit the same. Bringing your steed into existence there was an odd feeling magically. Again, the steed kind of did show up there and was looking around nervously and everything else, but it worked. It just felt a little strange. And now that you're here, you realize that the magic is kind of twisting and shifting in your grasp a little bit. Like it was so easy where you're from. Here it just feels a little weird. Like occasionally you just sort of like go to grasp at it and it just almost slips out of your hand. Your little minor illusion you created there, like it happened, but it felt strange and almost like you were trying, like the image sort of like flickered a little bit there until you solidified it. It worked. It wasn't as easy as it normally is.
So there's some sort of interference because, like, maybe the rifts have got something to do with it. Maybe, like, the cataclysm affected magic and stuff, didn't it? So maybe
Very
it's
much so.
that sort of thing. Scary. Me without magic,
So-
that's frightening.
Well, like I said, magic is working. It's just a little odd. It
I'm just-
feels strange.
Without magic, I'm just a cat on a carpet.
So,
Hmm.
So you find yourself down, back down the slope. You can kind of, Lucas, again, since you have the stone on you, you can kind of see where the circle is up there a little bit there. None of you else can pick that out on the hillside, but you can see kind of where it is as you kind of pass it and go down the slope, down into a more flat terrain off in this space here. And there's little like thickets of mostly leafless trees. Occasionally, you'll see a couple of like evergreen type trees there. Although the needles on them are a little strange. They're not the green that you would see back in Skarloss. They're more kind of a pale, like a mint green, or almost white look to them. They can be alive, but they're they took an evergreen tree and bleached it a bit. That's what it looks like.
As we pass the circle again, I'm going
Mm-hmm.
to use the gem of chaos to mark it, so I can teleport back to it if we need to.
Sure. Yep. Get a good. You kind of get the space around it. So, but yeah, you basically kind of just within sight of it, you can kind of pick a space there. The circle itself kind of defies that. But yeah, with the stone in your hand, the gem of chaos, and you can kind of pick a location within view of it. Essentially, that'll work. You can give me an Arcana check on that. See if that.
Hey, Jim.
No, yeah,
Because I didn't have tools, I picked up cartographer's tools.
sure. Okay, so you're kind of using your sketchbook and mapping out some locations and some.
Mhm.
Okay, so you kind of start picking out landmarks and marking them on sort of a rough map there. You do have the map that's here. You do have this from Vorlas. So you start sort of sketching a more rough outline of this, and kind of picking out landmarks and everything else to kind of make your own version of this as you go.
Not
Um,
done very well because obviously I don't draw very well, but it is done close enough.
yeah, like I said, it's a rough enough outline to kind of get you what you need to see. But the sun is starting to go down, and so it is kind of like getting low on the horizon. It's setting, and you realize you're kind of like, wait, this feels weird. It's setting over in a direction that well, the same direction, but it's setting down over the land, and normally it sits over the ocean, off in the distance there. So it's kind of like, and as it does, it's sort of like you sort of see this like stark white line of mountains along here, just in bright relief, and it almost in this view because of the snow cap. The snow on top of the mountains there, it looks like jagged teeth as the sun kind of gets down below there. It's as it gets lower and lower, this white line of jagged teeth off to the west of you. But give me survival checks to find a place to camp for the evening. That's because a reasonable check there. But those of you who have survival, oh yeah, Lucas,
I
yeah,
have a
you're just you find yourself just like focusing on the magic around you, just the shifting weird magics around you. That and while everyone's looking for places to camp, you sort of like just focus on that. Um,
He's watching, making sure the dragon isn't following us.
that too,
Mm,
yep.
Yeah.
It doesn't
that
seem
makes
to be.
more sense.
Yeah.
It does not seem to be. But being Amethyst and Athena there, you'd find a good spot there, kind of in a cluster of mostly intact trees.
Mhm.
Now looking up close with the survival checks there, you'll see that the trees here, um, the ones without the leaves are alive. They're just it's winter time, so they've lost their leaves. You will see some like leaves on the ground around them, and so you kind of cluster that up there to kind of uh, give you some potential kindling for firewood and such. You find some broken off branches there. Some of the trees are like kind of more skeletal and dead, so they're easy to break branches off there to burn. And so within this group of mostly intact trees, you kind of set up a little bit of a shelter and get a little fire going. Um, what you'll notice though, as darkness is setting in, the horizon off to the east, where you know this landmass is on the map there, it all sort of glows. Kind of this pale white, blue, green. It's almost like an aurora borealis, but it's more on the ground instead of the sky. It has a shifting bluish green white look to it off to the east. Not natural. It's not something you've seen before. But you are able to sort of get yourselves settled. You can either use your rations or use your crate to get some food. Either way you want to go, you have the ability to do that. It seems
I'm
to
going
work fine.
to need to use the crate because I gave my rations to the starving wolves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. So it activates. You'll notice that not all of the water skins fill up. The crate doesn't quite fill up all the way with food. It works, but it's not quite to the full effect that you would expect to see it for the dimensions of the crate and everything else there. Plenty for yourselves, not an issue. Again, normally if you feed 15, it would probably feed about 10 to 12. So,
Mm.
Good.
uh,
It's a good job that dwarf isn't still with us. He probably ate half of it. And then Sora the other half.
Yeah. Sora totally eat whatever it is that you guys aren't going to eat.
Mm-hmm.
it's
Oh.
mostly like bread, cheese, some like dried meats and stuff like that. It's only very like rations, kind of bland, not very well seasoned, but hearty enough that it fills you up, and you're not going hungry or anything.
Guess we're going to have to see if we can start hunting for our own food if we're going to actually look for some decent protein.
I think we're okay. We've always got the grill to fall back on. So
The
a spoon thing. The magic spoon thing. Gives
Oh,
you,
okay.
like you can eat grill. And it feeds you for the day.
Yeah, I mean, you don't feel hungry, you don't feel malnourished or anything like that. You feel
Mm.
it's fine. It's kind of bland,
I don't think I
but
want
it
to eat
fills you
anything
up.
from this place. I don't know about you, but I'm not interested really in eating from this continent.
I'm interested in learning about all flavors.
Oh,
But, like, safely.
yeah. And most stuff here is
So,
dead. So
how do we want to do watches?
carefully.
I'll do first watch.
Okay.
How long are each watch?
I mean, there's 4 of you, so if you want to go 8 hours, that'd be 2 hours each.
That works.
Okay. So, Venus first.
Before I go to sleep, I'm going to cast a spell on myself.
Okay.
S will probably go second.
Except for us all to get 8 hours sleep, we need to sleep for at least 10 because with 2 hours of watching in between. So it will be 10 altogether, won't it? Mind blank?
I don't really need to rest as I didn't cast a spell and I didn't use any of my abilities today. So short of, like, if we need to, I can do 4 hours instead of 2. Or would just one of us not go? That works too.
Okay. So Lucas, you do know that would prevent telepathy as well.
Yeah.
It makes you immune, so it's not something you choose to not to allow. It's just flat out you're not there. Okay. I guess, but this is sort of a passive thing for you. Like, you just don't, like, you always have that passive sort of telepathy that kind of works around you. You kind of sense people around you and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Lucas doesn't exist all of a sudden.
Oh, I can see him still.
Yeah, he's there. You still see him in there. Like, mentally, there's nothing there. Like you kind of blink and like, because you're kind of looking away and you kind of sense your companions to a degree somewhat there. You're like Lucas suddenly disappears. You look back, he's right there. You can't connect.
I'm like,
The fudge. I don't think S needs to sleep either. So do we want to have
Sure he still
S?
does.
I mean,
Pretty sure he still does. Yeah.
Does he? We didn't use anything.
What?
still needs to sleep or he'll have a point of exhaustion.
Yeah, sleep is still a thing you have to do.
Yeah.
you just stay awake all night and be exhausted.
Right, but like, do we have to have 8 hours of sleep? Because as a human, I only sleep on
It's
6
a long
hours.
rest is a long rest is 8 hours. It doesn't mean you're sleeping for 8 hours. That's not how it works. It's a long rest. You're downtime for 8 hours.
Well, that's what I'm.
Which can include a watch and everything else. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If just Ask and I do it, then we only have to do 8 hours and not 10.
You don't have to do 10 hours anyway. It's an 8 hours of a long rest, regardless of who's sleeping and who's reading and who's napping and whatever.
If we're each taking a 2-hour watch, then that's only 6 hours rest, unless we add another 2. So it'll have to be 10 in total. So everybody gets 8.
A long rest includes 2 hours of watch. You don't need to be sleeping for 8 hours. Yes.
Okay. All right. I didn't know.
As long as you don't do anything, as long as you don't do anything strenuous or active.
Okay.
It can be. I'm watching to make sure nothing happens. Yes.
Okay.
It's not 8 hours sleep. It's resting for 8 hours. As in not running around doing stuff. So it also includes the time for wizards to learn their spells or clerics to do their prayers.
Yeah.
It's all part of the same time period. So yeah, it's all fine.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Athena first. Who's next? Second watch.
Okay.
I think Ask will probably take last.
Okay. So
I'm a fifth and Lucas.
Okay, all right. So just do this.
As I say, either Ask is going to want to go first or he's going to want to go last.
Yeah. So Athena, your watch passes uneventfully. You hear some howling of wolves off in the distance. Very strange, kind of a warbling kind of cry, but you can't, again, because it's really, you just barely hear it. You're kind of also like listening for it though, because you saw those wolves before, so it's not surprising to you.
Mm-hmm.
What's weird is you hear them and you kind of up the mountains. That makes sense to you. You hear almost an answering cry, but it's from the east. Like northwest is where you hear it there, but you also hear it's almost like an echo, but not quite. Like it's a similar sound to the east.
Mm. Would I be able to make out for definite if it's an echo versus a response?
Your perception check.
Okay.
See what you can make. See what you make of it.
Hat, brooch, pterodactyl.
Can't tell.
Mm-mm. Mm,
It,
okay.
I mean, it's similar enough that it could be the same cry, but it does sound different. It's from a different direction, so you're kind of like, nah, not sure.
Okay.
Only happens the one time. One thing that's odd, however, though, is that you start looking around for the moon, and you're not seeing the moon.
No moon at all.
It should be over there. It's not there. It's very, very dark. It's for that odd glow off to the east
Is it cloudy?
It
on
is.
the horizon. Nope, sky's clear. You see stars. They look a little different.
I'm assuming since we all don't have to actually sleep for 8 hours, I'm gonna make the out loud. Huh? There's no moon.
Oh,
As I
Maybe
spin in
making too
circles to
much,
see if
yeah.
I can find a moon.
it's weird. You think it should be up, but you don't see.
I mean, we know that we're in a place called the Nightmare Lands, but there should still be a moon, right?
Right.
We're still
Should be.
on the material plane, so there should
Mhm.
still be at least one moon.
Oh, there's Ashvale. Oh, the small one. Hey, and you realize it's kind of low on the horizon, just above the glow to the east.
Oh, way over there.
It's an odd, it's an odd orientation for it.
Because that's not where it's supposed to be.
Well, it should be more that direction. You think?
hmm
Feels weird.
There is a check for that, and I can't remember what it is.
I mean, it's part of perception and survival. It's all sort
Oh,
of like
okay.
it's and when you realize like you finally when your watch ends and Amethyst, you kind of
Mhm.
nudge Athena and you stayed awake there, but you kind of looking around. And as you notice, Athena's just kind of like looking around like pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the moons.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Do you see one?
Well,
Like I found that one way over there. That's not where it's
Ashvale.
supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. Ione should be in the sky.
Oh,
You don't
also,
see it.
I heard some howling. It sounded like an echo. Like it was from the northeast, and then it came from behind me in the east. It was weird. I'm gonna go sit down and whittle.
Mm-hmm. You they're working on a little piece of wood there, and eventually drift off to get some sleep.
I do.
Just sort of like kind of propped against a tree there, and just.
Oh, and
Amethyst.
I snore like a fiend, by the way, so you know.
Cool. So there's a growling bear off to your left. You
Oh,
realize it's Athena.
it's Athena.
Mhm.
Is she growling or snoring?
Yes.
Snoring. It sounds like a growling bear, but it's a snore.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
It's
Okay.
very rhythmic, like she's so. You feel something strange on your watch.
Okay.
Something is watching you.
Yeah.
You don't know where.
See invisibility.
Go for it. Give me a perception check.
Okay.
Okay. You start immediately paranoia sets in. You're looking for scrying sensors. You're looking for little invisible eyeballs or whatever's in the sky there, and you don't see it. You don't see anything there. But you keep your attention keeps getting drawn to off in the distance of the east there, and it's like you're looking at again that weird aurora borealis effect there, but along the ground, and you can't tell how close this is. But there's a pair of eyes looking in your direction.
Oh.
Like you kind of like lock eyes with something, but again, it's hard. You can't see a figure, but you see it's like. But again, because it's on the backdrop of that shimmering, weird, ethereal-looking curtain, something is looking in your direction. And again, you can't tell how close or how big this thing is because of the weird shifting backdrop, and it's nighttime, but you can see it there. But it's watching, unblinking, the pair of dark eyes watching you.
Okay. And then I'll try to telepathically tell Lucas about it, and then find that that's not working.
That doesn't work yet.
Okay. I'm gonna sit close to Athena and keep my eyes on it and make sure that it doesn't move, come any closer.
It never moves.
Okay.
The eyes just stay there, looking at you,
That's
watching.
creepy.
Never blinks.
And a wave.
Nothing waves back.
Okay.
It's just this, and again, you find like again the fur, your fur stands up, your hackles go up there, the back of your neck. You're just sort of like, okay. And eventually you just sort of like settle into this. It's just there.
Okay.
There's no hostility. There's no connection. There's no sound. Just a pair of eyes staring at you. And eventually, you find yourself sort of like accepting that it's just there. And you kind of look back at Lucas, and when you look back, they're gone.
Oh. Okay.
Like they were never. And you kind of look to see, are they anywhere? Oh, they're just gone. Like they were never there.
Oh my god. It's terrifying. Something is watching us.
Lucas and Esk, your watches passed uneventfully, and we're going to go to break. As it is that time. Your first night in the Nightmare Lands has passed. The back's in. And we're back here in the Nightmare Lands as the first evening has passed with some unsettling issues, but nothing of an actual threat, at least. As the morning rolls up there, the sun rises. The sort of that weird glow on the horizon fades as the sun comes up into the sky. But there's still, you still cannot make out any details of the land beyond the water over here. It's still all just shrouded in fog and mist, and so you can't, and you're still too far away from it to make out any real detail. But you really can't see anything of that land over there. However, as you kind of pack things up and kind of eat the last of the food from the previous night, drink your water and everything. You find yourselves getting up and being able to move on with the day. So where would you like to go?
South, apparently.
Before we go anywhere, I want to tell people that there were eyes watching me in the night, and that was making me very uncomfortable. And ask if anybody else spotted those, because that was really creepy.
No. I just had the whole there was no moon thing, or lack of enough moons and not in the right place. And that weird howl.
The weird howl?
Well, yeah, the echo from the wolves.
The what? The echo from the wolves or the wolves?
Yes.
Okay.
No making fun of the Goliath accent.
Right? I don't speak common. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I do, but it's like my fifth language, so it was not my first.
I'll spend 10 minutes inspiring everyone before we set off.
Okay. So as you're kind of packing things up there, as you're breaking down whatever camps you set up there, you're able to kind of deliver off your speech there. You keep your temporary hit points, and you start heading south. It doesn't take long. I mean, it's again, the landscape, while it's familiar, it's not right. The trees, again, it also look bleached out. While they're not dead, they have that lifeless, almost in the right light. This is the kind of as the sun comes up in the morning here. The the evergreens again, so that the needles are all kind of bleached a bit, and the rest of them all have dropped their leaves. It looks like almost twisted fingers of bone in there because again, and you can't tell if that's because the trees are wrong or if they're just that species of tree. You're not really sure. As you don't have a druid among you that can tell you if there's anything wrong with them. They don't seem to be supernatural or weird or anything else, just odd looking. And with the stark landscape and around you, again, they had that look of almost like either almost a little like protrusion of bone, the pale white bark. But things are quiet. You don't see much in the way in your immediate vicinity. You don't see any dragons flying overhead. But you will notice as you start to move south, there's something ahead of you. Something you start to take note of there. And at the ground is there's a dark opening of some kind to the south. Who's paying your lock?
Me.
Okay, that's way to the south. You're long ways from there. However, yeah, ahead of you, right? You assume, based on what's the map there, right around here, it's just a open chasm by the look of it. As you approach, it's as if the ground just gave away and just broke, and it just drops down into darkness. As you approach, you can just see. It looks like the ground just disappeared, and there's just a gaping chasm across the way. It's looks deep. You can't see how far down it goes exactly. The light isn't reaching down to the bottom of it. And there's no way. There was no bridge across. There's no specific way to get across it. Of course, you guys have flights, so that's not an issue. But it's again, you can't see how far down it goes.
How far does it go? East-west?
As far as you can see,
If we
in
fly up a
direction.
bit.
You fly a bit there. It seems to stop somewhere at the base of the mountain or so over here. So something the mountain disappeared. You sort of see it's kind of definitely sort of you can see the kind of filters up into where it gets the land starts to rise up into the mountains over here. Seems to go quite a ways to the east. As you fly up higher there, you can see eventually it's sort of like the ground. The crack seems to dissipate somewhere a couple miles to the east. All told, it's probably a good 3-4 mile stretch that just collapsed inward. Maybe a little longer, closer to 5-10 miles maybe. It's not just like a perfect drop. It's it's an uneven break. It looks like as if the ground gave way beneath it. Just drop down to the darkness below.
So we know this will be where the tunnel would have been.
Yeah, it corresponds roughly to where he drew that on the map there. So I think the tunnel, at least a good portion of it, collapsed.
What do we want to do? Do we go down there? Is the city still intact?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay.
Is it wide enough to fly down with a Pegasus?
Yeah, I mean it's a good, probably about 100, anywhere from 50 to 200 yards across in various places. There, it's not straight there, but yeah, it's. I mean, there's a couple spots where maybe 10, 25 yards across there, as it's an uneven kind of break. But I mean, yeah, you could definitely fly down down into there, or fly down and fly down. And so, yeah, you're able to maneuver along there. What are the rest of you down on the Pegasus doing?
I'm going to climb down, I guess, because the horse isn't going to be able to make it down there.
I'm gonna fly on my carpet, but I'm gonna stay close to the other two just in case they need any help.
Okay. Give me an athletics check.
Not acrobatics, that's fine.
I mean, you want to go parkouring down the ravine. It's did that roll well. Okay. All right. And with this, you will see that I think you guys really struggling with climbing down there. It's really uneven, broken thing there, and you grab this little ledge here, and it just crumbles off in your hand, and you're trying to grab at anything. There's not really and it's at places where you kind of like find yourself like your feet dangling out in open air as it kind of curves back under you. So you're trying to like find some way to climb down. It's a really uneven, crumbly, wall space going down here. So climbing it's going to be very difficult. Esk has a climb speed, so he's able to move down there, but he kind of waits because he doesn't. Unlike the player, me, I won't just have him charge down to the bottom of it, ahead of everybody else. So, Athena is struggling with it. What do you want to do? You want to come back up and find another way down, or what do you want to do?
See, is there another way down? Like, do I see a pathway anywhere?
There's no like. Again, this is an unnatural, uneven break of some kind. It just collapsed inward. You can kind of walk along the edge of it there. As Lucas said, eventually it doesn't like it's not broken anymore. But
I can leap.
True.
Can I leap? Can I leap across? Will it be wide enough?
Oh, wait, leap in the narrower sections. Yeah, you can definitely leap across it. It wouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
Because there's some sections where it's only about maybe 25 yards, which you can easily with a good running and your psychic power leap, you can get across that.
All right, let's do that.
Okay,
I'm gonna leap.
Okay, so Esk will follow you and do that, and so you guys find yourselves on the opposite side, at least on the southern side of the cavern, the chasm.
Mark that off because I used it.
I thought we were going down though, so what's the point of leaping across?
Oh, I thought we were just going down to come back up the other side. We want to go down.
No, we're going down into the tunnels.
Ugh.
Lucas, since you are kind of moving down into that space there and looking ahead there, give me a perception check. No, you do have dark vision, so. Okay, nice. It's like as you're moving down the space here, it's a ways down. You realize it's probably a good 500 to 1,000 feet down, roughly. I mean, because not fully even, but you're going down a ways there, and you do see a bottom. And what you see at the bottom, among the rubble of the collapse of what here, you will see there is a road. There is evidence of an actual like paved, like cobblestone or like paver stone kind of style road. It's rough, obviously, because there's lots of debris and everything else, but you can see among the debris, there is a road that stretches along here. And every like 50 to 150, you kind of pace it out there. Yeah, it's about every 50 yards is like like pedestals on either side. And many of them have been broken or collapsed, but you can kind of see where they were. And it's sort of regular intervals. And there's just it's almost like a marker system. You can kind of see like how far along it is. And you'll see in high enough perception here, you will see kind of in the pedestals on either side, there's one that basically is what would be, you assume, a distance marker. You're not sure what measurement they're using, but it obviously has a distance marker on it. And as you kind of check along there and kind of looking up above you, kind of keeping tabs a little bit, it seems to be counting. Up on the right side and counting down on the left. Like you can see kind of the markers there. Like you can see like how far again, it's so the numbers are getting larger going this way. and like going down, coming the other direction, as if you can tell how far away you are from your destination.
Yeah.
However, the 30, you will also catch. There is a low rumble that occasionally happens, and you're not sure if it's like that shaking you experienced yesterday. It's not that strong or that like intense. But there's a bit of a low rumble. You kind of see that little bit of debris kind of tumbles down a little bit, but you don't see anything physically moving ahead of you or behind you or anything else.
Okay.
No. So back up top, Escansor to the south side. Amethyst is kind of hovering above there, knowing that the intent is to go down to see if the city's intact or not.
Athena, I've got an idea. You might
Do
hate
you?
this idea, but just hear me out. Maybe Lucas, you could potentially carry
Lucas
Esco
can't.
Pegasus.
Lucas can't hear you. He's too far away, and he's down at the bottom of the chasm.
Okay.
I mean, I'll come back up eventually.
Yeah, but yeah. So as you're kind of discussing this, there, Lucas will arrive back up there, and you can tell him. But yeah, again, he's like, cannot be hit with that telepathy at the moment. He has 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Rude. All right. Okay.
Well, it also means he can't be scried on at all. So there's that as well.
I've got two suggestions, and you might hate both of them, but let's just hear me out. Rather than falling down here or taking ages to climb down,
Yeah.
I could cast Enlarge Reduce on you, make you smaller, and then you can get on my carpet and fly down.
Okay.
I can use my ability to make myself fly, and I'll meet you at the bottom, and I'll get my carpet back.
Or
Or
hear me out, because I forgot about this while we were sitting there doing things. I took off the boots of speed and put on the figure of wondrous power.
Well, the rock wouldn't fit down here.
we wouldn't fit down there. He's massive.
Not even close.
Wouldn't? No, okay.
No.
So you know, I have it on.
Sure,
Plus,
yeah, you got it. So
Plus,
yeah.
dragons are going to see him. If you bring him out, dragons are going to spot him and go, "Oh, there's a great big bird there. Let's go and have that for dinner. Let's roast those legs."
I will say it's the size of a dragon, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet two dragons could still take it down there and roast its
I
drumsticks.
think one dragon could take it down, but still. Just letting y'all know, I attuned myself to the figurine, and I don't have the speed. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
We really could have done with you having Sora's rocket boots.
Sora had rocket boots?
She did. Maybe we can get some made for you.
Yeah? I thought they were dismantled.
She kind of destroyed them, putting them on a big dragon feet.
You know.
Anyway,
my feet aren't much smaller as I show you my barefootness, because the only thing that I normally wear is bare feet.
You wear bare feet? Awesome.
I wear bare feet.
The feet of a bear?
No. Hence the growling last night.
Yeah. I was going to say, you did sound like one last night. So.
I'm sorry. Listen, the allergies are killing me, man.
Tell me about
We're in a new place and dirt everywhere. I'm not used to this. It's bad. Yeah, no.
Weird undead spores in the air.
Exactly. See? The jam gets it. No. I did get Sora's pack from earlier. Sora's pack does have climbing gear. So if you have issues shrinking me...
Well, you have issues with her shrinking you.
Do you have issues with me shrinking you?
No, I don't have problems with being smaller. Mm-mm.
Okay.
So long as I get to go back to being me.
I
Yeah.
could cast fly on Athena.
All right.
That you cannot do. I would rather be tiny. Thank you. I don't like
It makes you one
flying.
size smaller.
Well, you
doesn't make
won't be
you
tiny. You'll be like more my size
Oh,
rather than.
yeah.
Okay,
No,
that's fine.
she'll be small size. She's currently medium sized,
I
so
am.
she'll become small size,
I'm just
which means she'll
tall
fit on the
for
carpet
medium.
with you. Yeah.
I'm just
And I
tall
will
for
say,
medium. Yeah.
I will say to Lucas, rather than wasting a spell slot, I've got enlarge, reduce at will on my staff.
The fly is on the
Also,
wire. I'm not spending the spell slot.
also, I
Okay.
don't like flying.
You're going to be flying one way or the other. You're going to be flying on a carpet, or you're going to be flying on your.
I look at the carpet as I am coasting to the bottom, whereas
Okay.
you casting fly means that I'm actually being held up by something I can't control.
It's the exact same thing, except
Mm,
Oh,
never
no.
mind.
you-
You
Never
can
mind.
you can control it. You're flying.
Mhm. Thank you. I'll take
Yeah.
the carpet. There are
Yeah.
3 things Athena doesn't like: vampires, the dark, and flying.
Oh, great. So you'd be flying down into a dark chasm. Great.
Yeah, I know. Which
Wait a
is why
minute.
she didn't want to
You
come here in
grew
the
up.
first place.
You grew up in caverns. How do you not like the dark?
Who
Right.
said just because she grew up there doesn't mean that she likes it, Jim?
Okay. Okay.
So all you
Just
need is a
checking.
vampire down the bottom, and then you got all 3.
Oh, man, the hat trick is gonna kill me.
Yeah,
We did
maybe.
that the whole way over there to the vampires. Mhm.
Well, maybe I could meet this vampire and gain the power I wish to have.
Shut up, Esk.
Stop it.
Don't make me slap you.
Oh, didn't Zorlos say that he gained the power he has during his visit here?
Oh, you stop it. Listen, we
Right.
spoke already on this. When we are done adventuring together, you are going to turn into a vampire, and
Do
I am
whatever
going
the hell you
to.
want to.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, what Lucas said might be true. If he came here and became a vampire, then there may be vampires here. And where better
Yeah.
to live than an underground city?
Indeed.
Was fine until you started talking and making sense. All right, look, just shrink me, and I'm gonna cover my eyes.
But
Let's
Esk,
go.
when you turn into a vampire, you're out of the group, okay? So, like, I would really appreciate if you don't do that right now, because
Wait, don't we get a vote
right now
on
we
that?
need all the help we can get, and I think that we should just stay focused.
I think you are very prejudiced against vampires.
I think.
Oh, because they drink the blood of people, and you
And
could
you
kill
eat
us.
the flesh of animals.
Because
Did
those
I?
are
Okay.
delicious.
Well,
Ah,
I don't want you eating me or my friends.
I would never eat friends.
You say that, but you're not an undead vampire right now. So we don't know what you're capable of when you turn into a vampire. And I don't particularly want to hang out with them. Like, it was okay going
You
and
have,
visiting one,
you
but
have,
I don't want to
you have,
hang out with
you
them.
have trust issues, very much so.
You think? Because pretty much everything that could go wrong in my life has gone wrong so far. So, and
Oh, yes,
everywhere we
true.
go, we face nightmares and craziness.
Okay, so let's just go down. You turn me to small me, and I'll get on the carpet. And Lucas, you can cast fly on him.
Esk will
And-
hop. Esk will hop on the Pegasus.
Okay.
If that's okay. Or
that's
he
fine.
can also pop his little wings and go down and fly himself. Anyway, so
If you
So
are
she can-
smaller, we will both fit on the carpet, and I can control it if you'd prefer that.
Yes, you control the carpet, and I will just be small.
all right. So you all managed to get down to the bottom, and again amongst the rubble and collapsed, obviously, the walls have collapsed in here. You will see the remnants of a stone paved road. Those little mile markers along the way. You don't recognize the measurement symbols because you don't know what ancient elves used to mark distance. But as you move along, eventually the sky above you, you can look above you and see it's a ways up there, anywhere from 500 to 1,000 feet, but you can see a little sliver of light above you. And so while it is dark down here, there is some light from above. But as you move further down this tunnel, you will eventually see that goes away. And
The light
They
goes
take-
away, or the
Mhm.
tunnel goes away.
well, the tunnel continues, but the broken section above your head that's letting light down will no longer be broken, and you'll be fully underground.
Okay.
At that point, it is completely dark. There is no light in here. It's dark as ahead of you. You all have dark visions. And what's weird is once the ambient light goes away, the pillars themselves, the ones that are not completely broken, and actually as you move beyond the collapsed section there, they're intact for the most part. And they give off a strange pale glow that lets you see with dark vision. It wasn't visible without dark vision, but now that you're fully using dark vision, you can see kind of a glow from these pillars as you move along. You continue a ways. At some point along this pathway, you will see a collapsed section of wall, like something burrowed through the wall of the side. Something humanish, maybe a little larger than human, kind of came through the wall there. And Esk, Amethyst, and Lucas, you will recognize as like a burrowing creature similar to the Umber Hulks that you saw back in Drakal. Some subterranean creature that can burrow through the rock there. It left the hole behind as it came through. And a little ways down the road, you'll see another spot where it went back on the other side of the wall. But you don't see anything currently. You don't hear any, or hear or feel any rumblings at the moment. But there is evidence of that. Again, your feet all just kind of those. Once you start, if you do start walking again, you will just see really flat, well-made, paved road down below you. The ceiling above, which you can just barely see in the glow there, you can actually see in the glow of the pillars and the dark vision there. You can see is very intricately, carefully carved stone and earth above there. With actual cross braces and structures and anything else to prevent to basically prevent collapse. And you move along the road. Eventually, you will see the broken corpse of an Umber Hulk. Long dead. The carapace kind of cracked and broken, and most of the soft bits have decayed away. Even just sort of like broken bits of the carapace left behind. Athena, you heard of these things. Probably haven't seen one. You've even gone to deep tunnels like this before, but you at least heard of an Umber Hulk. Haven't even been where you're from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like a little taller than you, like farther across, like crab-like, insectoid-like things with mandibles and big claws and stuff. Again, you can't really just kind of see the shape of it and move along. Any other precautions or anything else you want to do on the way here as you're moving along space? Seeing what you're seeing.
No.
I'm gonna continue seeing invisibility as long as I can.
Okay.
Trying to be as stealthy as possible.
Yeah,
Okay.
indeed.
Right.
I'm gonna try. I'm not very good at it.
Okay. Go ahead and give me stealth checks in general to see if you're making much noise. Roll. This is Esk stealth. He's pretty good. So yeah, Esk is good. Athena, you're making a little bit of noise, scuffing a little bit here and there. Again, the cobblestone, the pavers are not perfectly level up all this time. And with this, you're kind of hovering on the carpet along the way there. And you've long since turned back to normal size. It only lasts for a minute. So you're making a little scuff here and there, but nothing like you're not making any massive noise or anything else. Everyone else is moving very quietly, moving along the way there. And ahead, you will see a bit of a stronger glow ahead of you. You will see It's like the kind of the faint glow enough to see by on the pillars goes there, and you'll see Lucas, you're kind of watching out for it there. You'll see that the numbers are counting down to 3, 2, and as the glow gets a little stronger ahead of you there, the ones coming the other direction. The ones on this side are like 200, 220, roughly. Like they've been counting upward the whole way. So you must be getting close to the destination.
Have you been walking between the markers? Do we know roughly how far they are between the marker?
The markers seem to be probably the ones with numbers are, as you pace it out there, you're pretty intelligent on this out there. As you pace it out, it's probably a good equivalent of about a mile between the numbered markers. And so you figure you've been traveling for a good probably 5-10 miles at this point. Roughly, you expect to be probably you reach the space in around 10 or so in the morning. 5-10 miles. You can probably do it in so you walking at about 3 miles an hour. So it's probably like in the mid afternoon at this point, around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. You weren't charging along, but you weren't you were moving kind of stealthy. So yeah. So yeah, you figure based on those markers there, you're probably about 2 miles from whatever it's counting down to. Maybe it's the city that's marked on the map. You listen carefully. I mean, it's quiet down here, very, very quiet. And you don't hear sounds ahead of you. Yep. You don't see anything invisible. It's still very, very quiet in here. So continue on.
Yeah.
As you keep moving, there's no other way to go really. There's just pretty much just straight ahead. You will see what appears to be some sort of a strange looking wagon, kind of off, like kind of on its side, pushed off there. It's not blocking the entire way, but it's blocking a good half of it. And it's kind of it's on its side. You don't see. I mean, if they're like facing you is the bottom of the wagon, so there'd be what you assume be wheels. There's just broken axles, and no wheels in sight. So you see probably a good like maybe 40 yards, maybe about 50 feet ahead of you. We'll just call it about 50 feet. Just at the edge of your dark vision, essentially, where you can see ahead of you. You make out that shape on the right side of the road. What would you like to do?
Stop and stare at it for a moment.
Okay.
Does it appear hostile?
It's a broken wagon.
Are you okay?
Does there appear to be anything hostile around it? I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry,
Thank
I was like,
you.
yeah.
Okay, I have blind fighting. That is why I'm checking. Sorry.
Gotcha. Okay.
I was trying to read that and words.
You do not see anybody, any actual person or anything else, but give me perception checks.
Okay. Perception.
Okay. Yeah. You don't see anyone. Effectively, yeah, it's just seems to be again a toppled wagon. Well, toppled kind of, so no wheels. And you'll have to go around it or climb over it if you wanted to get around it there.
I'm gonna climb over it.
Okay. So you're climbing over it. How about Lucas and Amethyst?
Just go around it.
Around it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you kind of pull yourself up on it, kind of go up there. It's not hard. It's only about. I mean, it's a pretty decent sized wagon, but you can see over the top of it as you do. As you get up on top of it, there's a creak of wood, very old there, and you kind of like as you creak up on top of it there, and a voice calls out in I don't feel a language that actually.
I
Nope.
speak
Language.
Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, and Giant.
It's similar to Elvish, but it's kind of like you speaking Common.
Okay.
It's more of a the effect of the context clue behind it there is alarm, alarm, as a voice kind of like rings out, and you see a dark figure kind of dart out from below you. It was kind of inside the wagon almost there. Goes running out in the direction there very quickly. Just again, dark humanoid figure runs off. Starts to run off.
We'll chase after it as I'm screaming to the party that somebody was in the wagon.
Or
Okay.
maybe shout out that you're not going to hurt them, and rather than just giving chase.
Yeah, they go running.
Chase and yelling at you. Those are my free actions.
Okay. So, effectively, I mean, are you going to try to grab this person? Just going to run after him, chase after him? I mean, you got a head start on you.
If I can catch up to him, I am going to try to just grapple him and speak softly and be like, listen, don't want to hurt, just have questions.
What's
in
your regular
Elvish.
move speed then?
Elvish, right?
Sure.
30 foot.
Okay. He darts away, and is moving a little faster than you. So you realize you're not catching him. He's moving.
I will then yell, I don't want to hurt you, and then stop chasing him.
There's enough room to fly in here still.
Yeah, you could still do it. Yeah.
I'll use the Pegasus, 90-foot move to get ahead of him.
Actually, the 90-foot move will be you'll catch up to him, because as if he has cunning action, and he moves, dashes, and dashes again. As he goes. He's like darting along there, just super fast, low to the ground there, dark cloak flowing behind him there, and he's like, alarm, 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 effectively, as he goes running off the direction there. You come down and kind of land like next to him, and he kind of like looks up at you, and you see as he kind of looks back up there, the hood falls away to a shock of white hair. It's in this intricate little like big braided thing they're pulling back there, and completely black face with these two like amber colored eyes that almost glow. Looks up at you, no weapon in hand, just
Who are you? Saying Elvish, we're not enemy. We're friends.
Give me a persuasion check.
You got this, Lucas.
Yeah. And at the end, you see kind of the Pegasus fly ahead or land next to him as you're running up behind there.
This guy's doing whatever Lucas wants him to.
He's just like, he kind of like calms down, looks back at you, like he's like in panic there. Who are you? What you speak our language, but have strange creature. Looks back and you all seem, and a cat person he's never seen before is like, what are you? What are you? And a kobold which he's never seen before, like, in kind of a bit of a panic there. But you again with that high persuasion there, he's not running. He's like just sort of like panic as he's seeing like never seen a Goliath, never seen a Pegasus. Like the only thing that's somewhat familiar is this elvish looking person who's speaking Elven to him.
I've never seen a one of him either, but I will once we catch up.
You've seen some dark elves before, yeah.
I don't actually speak Elvish, but I could do if I wanted to. But I'll just make
okay.
body language. Or just say I'm not going to hurt you.
I don't think S does either. So S, you and S are sort of like stand. S comes to stand next to you, Amethyst there, and again he's sort of already turning around like, "What are you doing here? Uh, this is you came from the far road. No one comes from that way. No one like you, especially."
We are just travelers traveling through the land.
There are no travelers. Travelers? What do you mean? No one travels here. I'm just watching for anyone, any monsters approaching, or any strange, well, sometimes undead wander down here. But no, uh, you are not. You are travelers. He says the word sort of like an odd, like he doesn't quite understand what that word is exactly. And while you guys are sitting there, and Athena, so Amethyst and Asker's kind of standing out the side there. What are you doing as you caught up at this point?
Um,
And
Go on.
I
you
was
doing?
just gonna say I'm gonna ask him like, who is he? Where's he from? I can't believe we're finding somebody who speaks our language ish.
He looks at you as you speak. I am Kiodos. Kiodos is my name. I am a watcher. And the word watcher kind of comes through as like it's an odd word. But you kind of get more of the context clue of it there, watcher or scout or something. The word he uses is not really again, you get that from the context, actually, maybe a title of some kind. And again, this is a dark elf. You've seen dark elves before. This isn't, they're not really common, but you have seen them before. In fact, you bank with one.
We did?
Yeah, the head banker of the Temple of Zilkus in Port Oris is a dark elf.
Oh, okay.
What was the dark elf city called? I forgot. You told us nothing.
Yes, near Val.
I'll say, are you from Nerval?
Yes, well, what is left of it, it is, parts of it are in ruin. The great quakes happen and parts of the city have fallen, but others are still, much of it still intact, intact. And he kind of look a bit haunted look on his face there as he says it.
Are there many of your kind still alive?
There are. And he kind of, there are hundreds, and maybe more. I don't know an exact number of people, but there are quite a few. Some that, some from originally from surface, but mostly my kind. My great grandfather was of the woodland and like the woodland, like the word doesn't, again, context, maybe tribe or people or something like that.
I think is the far end of the tunnel still open?
No, we cannot go there. No. The waters have claimed most of it. It was shored up and collapsed to prevent the flood, but workers have to go and keep it from creeping in. There's just water beyond the far side of the city. It is but we survive. We have farms and animals and and food, and yes, we do what we can.
Farms? What do you grow without light?
Mushrooms. And there are some other mosses and lichens and things, and some water plants in some of the underground streams. They don't require light. Well, not usual light. There's strange. There's like spout off some terms that might mean some sort of plant or flora that don't translate.
Do you know what's on the island across the water? Where the wood elves used to be?
The stories say death. Only death. As it is a place of quiet and never ending sorrow. Before the great collapse, before the waters flooded, the people, it is said that our ancestors did go and try to see what happened, and what they told us was nothing but death.
Does you know of it? Has anyone heard of anywhere where there's demons and describe imps and demons flying around?
Never heard of those things. No. Sounds terrible. We have our own subterranean horror things to deal with, and occasionally undead things. But nothing like that. No.
Anyone else got any questions?
Let me just see if he make a roll
Take
here.
us to his leader.
Ooh, okay. So, there are stories again from long ago. Some of the elders passed on long stories of creatures somewhat like that, things of the other worlds, of the other places, that can be brought into this world. It was said that it was a more common thing in the southern lands, in the lands to the non-elf, and like again, like you in he doesn't have a word for human or
Right.
the non-elves.
Well, yeah, we'll describe. Does it mean
Yeah.
dwarves? Does it mean humans? And describe them.
Yeah.
Get
Yeah.
humans. Yeah.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. They used magics to bring things from other worlds, other places. Some of them may have been these things you described.
Okay. Are we allowed into the city?
If you want to, yes, I think people would want to see travelers who are not dangerous. He's like, he kind of like glances at Athena as he
As
says
you should.
dangerous.
Um,
And the cat person with the claws and the strange little lizard like person there with the big muscles.
so when he says travelers, am I getting the sense that travelers is a word that we introduced to him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like he doesn't quite understand the word. Like people don't get visitors. They don't get people that travel anywhere. So travel is not a thing really.
Okay.
So like he kind of understands the word travel in the context of you go from place to place, but the idea of calling someone a traveler is an odd concept to him.
Okay. So do they not have adventurers on this land, like, at all?
Doesn't sound like it.
Ask
Yeah,
him
a
if
little
there's
back and
any
forth.
non-elves in there.
in the city?
Yeah, I'll ask him.
No, non-elves. Well, there are a couple of the squat folk.
The what folk?
Squat folk?
Squat
And
folk.
yeah.
Dwarves,
Okay.
gnomes?
And doesn't have a word for, like, again, it's like he doesn't call them dwarves. He just, like the word he uses translates to squat folk.
Beardy ones like beer?
I would hate to think what he calls Goliath. Good lord.
Well, big
Nothing while
hairless
you're
ones.
listening. Big hairless
Like,
ones.
never see, like, you look completely odd to him. Like, there's like you have hair, but like the stone gray skin, the tattoos, yeah, like that tall. Yeah, never seen anyone that tall before. Yeah, it seems to be, by the sound what he describes there, basically you have the generational descendants of the elves that managed to survive, primarily dark elves, but some of the other ones that managed to get into the tunnels when things started to go all terrible. And then there may have been some dwarves that have been visiting that stayed behind, or have made their way here in some way. So, yes, I can bring you. But as you had the conversation there, you will definitely hear, at some point, some very soft footsteps, but footsteps to the left there as it coming this way.
Uh-oh.
And he will look behind him as kind of look over his shoulder. He's talking to you, and a squad of about a dozen or so, armed, and somewhat oddly armored figures come up. You realize they're actually wearing what looks to be Umber Hulk plate armor.
Nice.
Sort of like that sort of chitinous look to it there, and they have like sort of like stylized helms that come back, and they're using all some sort of they have, there's not a lot of metal on them, but they definitely have like spears and bows that have bits of metal that are the spearheads and arrowheads and stuff like that. So you see a couple, the kind of the first group of them all come up there with like either a spear and a shield or a long spear, and then the back row has bows. And they don't come up with weapons drawn. They basically come up there alert to go see what's going on there. And Kidos looks at them and they are travelers, and they come to visit and to see, to speak with us. And the troops sort of like kind of mutter amongst themselves, and they are no threat. They are
Wow.
peaceful.
Wouldn't say no
I mean,
threat. We just won't
they are
attack
making
you.
they are making no threat. If you want the context of it there, yeah, you sort of bristle a little bit there, and you realize, oh, what he meant was probably they are not making me. They are not being threatening. They are, yeah. Again, translation issue.
Lost in translation.
A bit, yeah. You're sort of like, huh? Oh, he probably meant this. But again, you have a high intelligence to figure that out.
I do, but still, assault
Yeah.
is an insult. Is still an assault.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're not being threatening. You're no threat.
Are they allowing us to enter the city?
Effectively, yeah. One of the bowmen seems to be the one in charge there, and the kind of the back right there, like tells him to part. Kind of move back out of the way, and then yes, you may come with us. Please come this way. And you see from the helmet, so most of the bowmen have sort of an open face look helm to them, and there's a kind of we assume there's some sort of a plume of some kind there. It's just a long shock of white hair kind of pulled from the back of the helm there, on the side there, and a very definite, very distinctly feminine look to this, the one in charge. This way, yes, please come along. We will. You may come and speak with the elders and see what what you can tell them.
Okay, thank you.
As you kind of approach there, you realize as you move along here and you pass the wagon, Kidas sort of like follows into step with you and still chit chats a little bit more, asking what's on the surface. He's never been there before. He's heard that it's very, very bright. Like that it hurts. So bright it hurts. And just like what what the like how big the mountains are, what they look like, and everything else, and just like things he's heard of but never seen, and just to kind of get your confirmation.
Well, tell him there's not much up there. There's a few animals around.
We're not going to tell him about the.
I
Oh
don't
yeah, I was
know.
gonna say we're telling him about the city and there's dragons and undead creatures up there.
Undead, they're terrible. The dragon, I don't know that word.
I'll describe one to him.
Oh, there are tales, long, old tales of these flying creature things that can differing colors and terrible breath. And there's stories that we've heard stories of valiant warriors fighting these things. You will again conversation there. You realize now that the troop that got to you probably ran a good 2 miles almost directly to get here. There's about 2 more miles to get to like the actual. But as you do, there's a definite sign of a glow of brightness that's coming toward you here. Not like strong, but just like obviously an ambient glow that makes it easier and easier to see. Your dark vision reaches further and further until you kind of open up ahead of you. You see sort of the tunnel opening, like actually like you see sort of the ceiling above you sort of fade away, and you step out into a cavern that is easily 2 or 3 miles across, and a good like you can't quite see the roof of it, in the glow there. But ahead of you is just a large city, made of cured stone of an odd shape. It has sort of almost that Russian onion skin kind of look to it there, but with a little more organic feel to it. Kind of those bulbous type roofs on them, but all has a sort of like very smooth, rounded, organic look to it. Although you can see that at least a couple places where obviously there's been a collapse of a wall and a part of the city has been crushed on one side, but there's still most of the area above you is intact. As you move out there, the pathway you're on actually drops down to either side, and you're almost on almost walking across a bridge. Um, it kind of slopes up, it goes up and then down into the city. There is a large guard tower on either side with an actual gate that you have passed through, and the troops move up to there, speak to the gate watch. The gate goes up, and you're escorted into the city of Nirval, at least this, which you assume to be. Kiras, kind of again like walking. This is the city. This is where we live. The collapse. He points to the one on the right there, the smaller one with the wall, obviously kind of collapsed in, and part of the ceiling kind of broke through. You can see that was the most recent damage. Uh, uh, um, and again says a word. You don't know if it's 10 years or 10 like decades. You're not sure exactly, but these the section over there has long been destroyed, and you can see a massive one side on the left there, where a whole about a quarter of the city off on the left side there had been like crushed in an initial cave in there. That one has been there for as long as as anyone can remember. It must have happened during the initial collapse. And the city ahead of you is just this collection of buildings and structures, and you see people, like dozens and dozens of people, kind of wandering around their business, carrying like little wheeled carts, carrying baskets of something like that. You'll see like pools of glowing pools of water, a little off to the left, off the side there, kind of near where the collapse section is. There's a whole like you can see the shimmer of water, with a bit of patches of glowing moss and lichen mushrooms of some kind, on the water's edge, down below on the way. The road kind of falls off maybe about 20 feet on either side, to the kind of the rocky area until you get to the city itself. And yes, you're escorted into the city where just people are just as you kind of pass the guard tower. I mean, Amethyst, do you want to do that,
I
or
was just putting it out there in case the others think it's a good idea.
I mean,
I'm
it
okay
would,
for now.
okay. So the guards that are with you, they kind of take a position at the guard structure there. The one in charge and Kidos will kind of escort you essentially, to the city itself there. And welcome. And yes, we will. There is a place you can stay for the moment, up ahead there. It is a place of rest, and food. You can stay there, and we will inform people that to come and speak with you, or some of our elders and scholars may wish to speak with you. And Kidos, I will show you. I will show you this way. This way. And so he kind of leads you off there, and you realize now he it's hard to tell how old Kidos is. Again, you don't dark elf skin. It's like he has impression of someone kind of young, but for an elf that could be 100 years old. You're not sure, so it's hard to say exactly. But yeah, he sort of leads you off to this. It's an almost like an open air cafe. It's a building there with sort of a little low wall, kind of built around this place with lots of different tables and chairs spread out there. And some people are sitting there and they kind of look at you strangely as you come in there. But Kidos brings you to a table, and there's lots of like muttering and whispering. Uh, at one point, as you take a seat there, you will see someone leading some sort of a weird ox-looking thing with these odd-looking horns curved off to the side there, but sort of a weird shaggy hide. It's almost like a long-haired oxen, but not quite as massive and tall as oxen would be on the surface there, but just sort of leading it on a little, like a braided rope of some kind there down the street off to the side. So yeah, if you take a seat, what would you like to do?
Meat. I'm gonna say, look, they do have meat. I thought that these people were vegetarians.
There's actually, we have a number of kinds of fish and shellfish, and yes, we have the auroch. They are bred to live underground, and we have them. There are some other things that we eat as well. But yes, we have mushrooms and lichen and the glow grasses and many things. Is there something you would like? I will have them bring us foods and drinks for you.
I'd like to try a little bit of everything.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the owner, the waiter person, cook person, whatever, you're not sure exactly what their role would be. It comes out and nods and this one's actually a little bit portly for an elf. You don't see too many elves that have that sort of like roundish build to them. But skin's a little bit not quite as dark as the others you've seen so far. There's definitely some mixed ancestry that's coming through in some way with this guy. But yes, I will bring food and drink, and and essentially you have sort of a family style meal brought out to you. If you've ever had a family style meal, like there's a
Mhm.
place here in Reno, bath style cooking. It's like basically just bring out like plates and plates of food, and you just pick and choose what you want from it. There, it's almost like a mini buffet, but just for your table. And they'll put down
Really
this
awesome.
like interesting bowl of some sort of like root type things. It's in sort of an interesting sauce. It's obviously like baked and covered in a sauce of some kind. There's slabs of almost like a shish kebab style kind of little slabs of meat and um, things like there. It smells interesting. It's not typical smells you normally have. There's a lot of earthy smells like mushroom and stuff like that. So there's a lot of things like that. And as you taste it there, it's all very good, but just very alien. You've never really had food exactly like this before. Um, but it's nothing is there. You do have like a bowl of what appears to be like I mean, you've been on the coast before, so you've seen shrimp, but these are
Mhm.
all very, very white, very pale colored. But they're
Oh,
also
shrimp.
like a boiled shrimp kind of thing, but they're hay shrimp. Um, and they actually are pretty big. They're kind of long, and you basically and you see you know, so actually grab one of them. Oh, my favorite, and you'll actually take and just kind of peel it back, and just kind of pull out the meat, and just eat the meat there, and then takes the little claws and cracks the claws there, and it's like almost like a mini lobster almost. But yeah,
Hmm.
the food is all brought out. It all, like I said, it very some different flavors than you're expecting there, but nothing is terrible or disgusting. Um, the only thing that's kind of weird to you is the drink. Um,
Okay.
and you're not sure what to make of it because when you go to drink it there, it smells very, very earthy. Like it's an odd texture and taste to you. Um, and and he just kind of sees S just grabs it. Oh, yum! And just drinks the whole thing down. Oh, um, is this fermented? And oh yes, that's uh the mushroom ale. And oh,
Mushroom ale.
and effectively, if you've ever had mushroom coffee before or anything like that, it's essentially very much of a is very an odd thing, but it actually is an acquired taste. Obviously, it's weird. It's sort of like has the consistency of like hot chocolate, of kind of that almost like milk, but it has an earthy smell to it. And there's definitely a fermented kick to it, like unexpected.
I'm going to pass on that, but
I'm
I will
sure. Yeah,
definitely try
yeah,
all the foods,
yeah.
especially the shellfish and stuff.
They do bring out a pitcher of water as well, and it's a very clean, clear
Oh,
water. Yeah.
You
So
say it's ale, yes?
that is the term for it. Yes, I think that's
Okay.
and
I'm going to take a big whiff of it.
it's odd.
Okay.
You cast tongues. Okay.
I'm
I
going
did, yeah.
to
Okay.
throw it back and drink it like a shot, and then slam the cup on the table.
Everyone kind of like watches you and looks at you like as you make all eyes turn your direction. There,
Mhm.
give me Constitution save.
Yes! Love con saves.
I just want to understand what everybody's talking about. That's all, because everybody's speaking in Elvish, and I don't speak
Yeah.
Elvish.
So, and yeah, with tongues, you hear it perfectly clear. It all sounds very normal to you. Actually, give me a charisma check on that.
Me?
Okay.
Yeah, when you do the spell.
Oh, her.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, yeah. With your achievement there. Yep, no problem. The spell goes off there. It works just fine. Again, it takes a minute. It's almost like almost like you're dialing in a radio as the words are kind of clicking into place, and suddenly it's like, oh, there it is, and it comes through clear at that point. But it's a little bit odd at first as the words are like, that's not the right
Okay.
language. That's not the right.
I-
There it is. Okay.
It was the Manatech rod that I used.
Okay. Perfect.
Is it still
Oh yeah.
the
Okay.
same?
Gotcha. No problem.
Is it still the same? Is it still affected the same way?
The delay is there. You wouldn't have needed to cast to do the check, but it's weird. It's a weird little delay that happens. But yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the effect is the same, but it would be a caster check at that point.
Mhm.
But as you down the beer there, the ale there, you kind of like the taste is very unexpected. You've had mushroom before. You lived underground. That's a
Mhm.
pretty common staple of people who live underground. Um, and so it's an odd taste with a really weird kick to it, but you can definitely feel a bit of a buzz from the alcoholic content there. Um, it's probably the effect. It has more of the more like a stout. There's a little bit of foam to it there.
Mhm.
It has, but it's not like and yeah, the odd taste there, but it's not bad.
So it's like a
You
Yingling.
kind of yeah.
Okay. All right. I just chugged it. That's great.
Yeah, yeah, and you kind
Well,
of
you're a fun guy.
you feel the whew, okay. You definitely. I mean, but it doesn't make you drunk or anything else. You just whew, okay. Esk kind of sees you and he just drink. Doesn't slam as quite as fast, but he definitely just keeps up with there. Puts it down there. 2 more, please.
I think I'm
Okay.
gonna win this one, Esk.
And
Are you
You're gonna
essentially,
trying
win?
any of it, Lucas?
They'll try one.
sure.
Oh yeah.
Slowly.
Give me a con save to see how well you down it.
He's one.
Wow, you called it.
Mhm.
You get a couple sips into it, just like, it's like, and it just between the smell, the weird aftertaste, and the alcoholic content, you're like, oh god, no, you should put it down there. Like, yeah, you don't get sick, but it's no, not gonna happen.
I'm not even tasting that. I can smell it from here and it smells
Yeah.
awful.
Yeah,
If you're
it's
not
very
gonna
weird.
finish it, I'll finish it. There's no sense
Okay.
in having stuff go to waste.
I'll
Yeah.
give up mine and pour myself some water.
Yeah. So yes, again, you're able to have some drinks, a meal, and again, most of the food is familiar, but with some different different seasoning to it you wouldn't expect, and some different textures you wouldn't expect in terms of some of the vegetable dishes and everything else. But the food's all good, if a little strange. Um, but as you kind of get a little ways in your food there, you will see the captain, the person that was in charge of the squad there, will return with a trio uh, of other individuals. One of them is wearing obviously armor, um, and actually wearing what appears to be um, to your trained senses there, arcane senses there, enchanted armor of very old design, actual like leather and with like metal plating and everything else to it there. It has a very uh, different look to it, but it's obviously magical they're wearing. Um, and they move in there. They also have a slim sword, a bit of a tapered there, more in style to a rapier with a little more of a curve to it um, on the hip, and what appears to be a bow across the back there, as well as a small quiver of arrows. Um, the other two are both wearing robes, of more of an official stately looking robes rather than wizard robes or anything else like that. They do have a little bit of a symbol of some kind along along the side there, and they're with a clasp across the front. And they're wearing what appears to be kind of loose fitting clothing underneath the robe. But they come in and sit and looking at all of you and everything else. Um, the one of the robed wearing ones, a somewhat elderly looking. And you can see the bit of the lines on the face there and his dark skin. Um, Hello, you are from beyond the surface, and by the look of your attire and equipment, you are from a long ways away. And he looks and of a species we've never seen before in these lands. Please, welcome to Nerval. I am Elder Mestias. And so to say here,
And you said we all noticed that his outfit gear was magical.
Well, the warrior person there. So there's a warrior
Mhm.
and two elder ones. The elder one that's speaking is a guy in robes.
Okay.
There's definitely a person there who's in magical armor essentially, and of a very like a more familiar style. He's not wearing the chitinous plates or anything else. It's actually like leather and plate and leather. Essentially, it's effectively half plate.
Okay.
um,
Hmm.
or maybe a
I'm gonna
breastplate with
size
leather.
him up. Hmm. Let's
Um,
size him up, but I'm not gonna do anything. Just
yeah.
gonna do the side eye. I bet I could take him.
We'll see. This is
We're not here to fight.
I know, but if we had to.
the terminology comes across there as General, um, General Lorsan, and the last there is Arcanist Morstila. And I will.
I like the
All right,
sound
More
of that.
Stealer?
More. There's an R in there. It's Morstila.
More Stila.
Morstila. Yeah, it should be Morst apostrophe ILA. None of these names kind of mean anything as far as you're aware. But they're of a style you haven't really heard in there. Um, uh, we essentially are the elders of this of our city, and we will be happy to speak with you and to learn of what brings you uh, to our place of living.
I'll tell him that we're from
Mhm.
across the sea, a long way away.
You come from the New World. Well, it we are aware of it, of course. Ships were sent in the days after the breaking and the collapse. We are good to know that people still live there. It has been a point of debate among our peoples for quite a long time.
Yes, and many people's there. Many made it across the sea.
Of the elves?
Yes.
Mm.
Excellent, excellent. And he looks at you and says, I see you have elvish descent. Very, very good. And of a species we've never seen before. And see if let me go roll here. Eh, Um, he's like a species never seen before. And the other one there, a woman, Morstila is a woman who's again you can't quite the very elderly. They all have and they all have sort of long. Well, the both of the robed wearing individuals have sort of longish hair, uh, but you can see by her uh, um, her build is definitely more feminine uh, there, but she looks. Ah, yes, I believe you are known as the. And he looks at you, Amethyst. Ah, the the cat folk of the plains, on the continent, on the New World, on the far east side, I believe. Yes,
Yes,
it was.
Tabaxi.
Yes, the stories of exploration in the New World that speak of your people. Uh, very very nice. And you small lizard-like person, you have a similar look to the dragon folk, but of a stature and not seen before. Yes, I am a kobold. It was said that my people were natives in the place where the dragon kin came to live. Ooh, and so that you kind of look past between them. So the dragon can still live. Oh,
Mm.
that is fascinating. And so the kind of the kind of hearing this and you, doll one, you. I do not recognize your species.
Athena will stand up, probably knocking something over. Introduce yourself, their hand out. I'm a Goliath. My name is Athena.
A Goliath. Interesting term for someone so tall and
Mhm.
the general will just like stand with you. If you stand up there and kind of so they stand up too, not going for a weapon, but just sort of like that, sort of like and
Yeah,
he sort of
I
reaches
made a
out there.
movement. Mhm.
Yep, reaches out there. He doesn't do the I'm gonna basically try to outstrength you at all. Just sort of takes the hand there, firm handshake, but doesn't try to squeeze or do that sort of thing like that. Uh, but you can kind of see just from the way this guy is standing and moving, he's quick. like like
Mm.
it just in the way he positioned himself and the subtle move he made there. This guy's a fighter for sure, and he's definitely dex based. So,
Mhm.
uh, Lord Slan will like nod to you, and it is good to see you. I am appreciative to meet all of you as well. You have quite interesting, uh, and like Lucas, your weapons on your hip there. Even you don't have much. You have an odd looking dagger on your hip there. These sort of like these sort of eyes up like arms and armor and equipment, and is very very puzzled by a lot of it. I mean, obviously there's a big axe on this one hand and a fine looking pair of sword for Lucas, but everyone's like interesting. I very very interesting equipment. I kind of sizes you up there. You are obviously a warrior type. You must be proficient with magic. He looks at you, Amethyst, and Lucas as well. But I do see an instrument. It's not sure what sort of magic that would be exactly, but very good. And Ask is like, you fight with claw. I can see, but you have swords as well. Interesting. And sort of like gets a yeah. And as long as you're standing, he doesn't sit down. He just sort of like he's not like it sounds like he sort of like stands and kind of like positions himself to kind of get around the other two and kind of just in case something were to happen.
It's funny
Um,
how the both of us are thinking the same thing.
mhm, exactly. At this point, it's like, oh, we're not being fully casual at this point. Excellent. Okay, good to know. Yep. And no sense of hostility, no sense of aggression from this person whatsoever.
Nope, not
And with
for me
this,
either.
you just see and with this and Lucas with the high insights there. This is just caution. This is just
Yeah.
readiness.
Yeah, yeah. I'm fairly relaxed. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like thinking this is all going really well, but at some point we're going to have to actually tell them the reason that we're here, and we're going to have to tell them about somebody trying to bring about the cataclysm and that we're trying to prevent it and all of the horrible things that have been happening, and it's all coming from here somewhere.
Well,
I think that's a conversation for tomorrow, though.
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh, with the elders now, we might as well
Yeah, we're
tell
with the
them
elders.
why we're here. Yeah.
But like, are we in a bar type area?
an open air cafe kind of thing. They seem to be they're sitting down with you right now, and I mean, you're not
But
drawing
they don't know what we're about to be telling them. Are we sure we want like all of these people?
Well, maybe we could say we do have something. We're not just here for a holiday, for a vacation. We are here on business, and if there's somewhere quiet that we could speak with you, that might be.
It's funny as you say that the general essentially kind of looks over at the person the waiter cook person whatever else the other makes sort of a little quick little motion of the hands, and the guy nods and talks to the other like the three other patrons that are in this place. They've been watching and kind of wide eyed and sort of like the food sort of hitting their mouth going drinking there, and he's like, kind of walks with them and saying, "Time to leave now. The elders have spoken." And so within about a minute or two, then people are sent off there, and you have this open air space to yourselves there. You notice the general has taken the captain and a couple of folks there to kind of partition off the street and keep people from wandering this area here. And he just eventually then turns, and Lorthan just turns and nods. And Elder Matthias, well, I think we'll be able to speak here now rather than parade you through the entire city, although I believe that might be something we could do later if you wish, but I want to, since we are here and you still have food and this seems as good a place as any to have our discussion for now.
Yeah. Explain that somebody over in on the other continent. Someone from over here somewhere.
Okay. The three of them definitely share a look at the talk of rifts and what you're describing, and the Arcanist Mostila will nod and yes, the openings to the plains are. We have been fortunate in that nothing has happened here directly, but we do know that in the time of the breaking, you call it the cataclysm. Interesting, different terminology, but as we just always called it the breaking. We know that the Elvir was overrun with rifts of this nature. Two conflicting ones that made for a very terrible consequence. One to the plane of shadow and one to the plane of the Fae. And the interaction has completely twisted and warped everything in our woodland tribe's homeland. It has never been recovered, and it's not a place anyone can really go any longer. It is the place of death and twisted life. It is constantly ebbing and flowing and making complete chaos and terror. So the collapse, the collapse of the tunnel under the water was in some ways fortunate for us, although it caused a tremendous amount of chaos and difficulty for us. Once it was sealed off, we have very little to worry about from there any longer. We believe that the quakes that occur might be from openings to the plane of Earth. It displaces and disrupts the landscape wherever these things happen, and we know that the Ilvos was destroyed by these quakes and continues to break and crumble. It's collapsed our tunnels, though we have not had any problems here for almost 30 years at this point.
That's a long time without having issues.
Well, there are issues, but not that issue. A quake strong enough to cause a collapse has only happened a number of times, and only in the earliest days after the breaking. While these people look old, they would not have been old enough to have been alive then. They're so they obviously have been passed down stories, at least pass it along there. Probably Lucas, you're probably the best. As elves go, these prizes are probably 400 or 500, maybe, like elderly, but not like, yeah, not would never be considered ancient. Well, Yeah, they're definitely in their ending years, essentially. The general being the youngest among them. Oh, and so they'll ask general questions about the elves, especially what happened to them, and um, what their. But for the most part, exchanging information. In terms of talking about someone trying to open rifts or trying to do anything actively there, they, especially more Stila, is just the thought of that is just who would do something so terrible. Just
Corwain.
It's
Corwain
not.
would do so.
It's not just that. They're trying to bring about another cataclysm, another breaking.
it must be.
We've prevented it at one city, but who knows what they'll try again.
They must be in league with some terrible powers that would revel in destruction and
Oh yeah.
and this kind of chaos. Wish we knew more of those things, but we were isolated in our own beliefs for so long. We sort of, even before we were isolated, we didn't really interact with the other races as much as we probably should have. You might have been able to help and prevent this from happening if we knew more. But
Who is
now,
this?
this is more Stila, the Arcanist.
Oh. Who's he talking about?
Oh, their people, the elves didn't do much to stop anything that happened there. They kind of isolated themselves even before they were forcibly isolated as they are now.
Right.
It's just if we hadn't been so cut off from everyone else, we might have helped to prevent it from happening. But now maybe we can help you and whatever we can. I don't know that. I mean, we are isolated here, just geographically. We can't leave this place really. Most of us would not do well on the surface at all. And we have our families and city to keep safe. But if we can help in some way, we absolutely will.
Well, maybe think about it this way. Maybe you being isolated from everybody saved all the people who made it down here.
It is definitely fortunate. There are very few, and you'll realize that one thing that's odd about it, Morstila, while she has a dark skin, her eyes are almost like a faceted, like blue, almost a faceted blue gem. There, and you realize that like the high elves tend to have eyes very similar to that. So she has. There's also more of a little metallic sheen to her white hair that the others do not have, kind of belying a mixed high elf race. It is
Mustila, did you say?
Mostila, yeah.
Okay.
The Arcanist, yeah. So Mastios is he just seems to be a human, but not a human. He's fairly typical looking dark elf, obviously elderly, with the white hair. And then Lorsan's also a very much a somewhat younger dark elf. But Mastila definitely has some high elf mixed in with her bloodline. Mastias will sort of, yes, but please, if there's anything we can do, we would definitely like to help you. Obviously, you can stay here and regroup and do what you need to do if you need to. We unfortunately we cannot open any kind of a way for you. It's the only way in and out of our city at this point is the way you came in. It is a matter of ensuring that our people stay safe, but it is good to know that there are others out there that might be able to undo some damage or find a way. You and Marcelo, like, Marstelia stops and you came here. How did you come here from the New World? What?
We
Magics.
we found an
Mhm.
ally who had a way to teleport us here. They'd been here before, so
Ah, so there is this. The magics of that type are just so difficult here. Um, it was what even before the breaking itself, teleportation was not possible at all here. So to find a way, it is good that there's a potential, at least, if you could find a way to not be as isolated, we might be able to spread our knowledge or to learn more and find out. And the general just sort of like, it's okay, it's okay. We shouldn't rush to things, but it is good to know. Yes. Um. Well, is there anything else we can do for you at the moment?
Maybe when we've made it all safe, we can find a way to bring some of you somewhere else using teleportation. That might be interesting.
It would be most appreciated. I think that many of our people would do well to see something new, to experience the wonder of the other worlds, and to see what became of our people.
Hmm.
Is, is there anyone here who knows about the lands to the south of here?
Let us see here. Mastias will say, I do know that the dwarf lands in the we have met a couple of dwarves who have traveled the underways and have made their way here. Um, it is a very rare occurrence, but it has happened. The lands of the dwarves there were overrun by all sorts of things, but I am told that a pocket of resistance or one of the cities of the dwarven lands uh, still, or at the time we talked to this individual, still exists. Um, has managed to isolate itself similar in a way to ours and prevented um, their civilization from falling. So we do know that the dwarf lands, at least some dwarves among them, exist and live on. The human lands, uh, I know even before the breaking, they were dissolving into chaos. And there was fighting, wars constantly, um, with the humans, other kingdoms, tribes, groups from further inland. Um, the last thing we heard before the breaking was that Yorlok was the capital of the human lands. Um, it was a place of madness, cultists. It was descending into complete lawlessness and destruction. I don't know the extent of what happened to it because again, when the breaking happened, it was all we could do to survive here and bring in as many people we could from our sister tribes. We don't send scouts out onto the surface uh, for fear of being lost, for fear of uh, dealing with creatures of the night or other strange things that are out there.
Creatures of the night?
Stories of things that live in darkness, we've dealt with undead through that have wandered through the submerged, the collapsed areas. But it is said from the few times we've been at the surface that there are more on the surface. We don't want to risk our people, and to lead them back to here would be even worse.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, it seems like you've done the right thing. You're protected down here, mainly, I think, and done a very good job of staying alive this long, I think.
It has been an honor to help with that. I mean, I am of the 6th generation, and Mastius, I am of the 4th.
And as you said, sorry.
No.
You are what?
Of the 4th generation.
Mm-hmm.
We wish to ensure many, many others. At this point, Arcanus Mastila will have taken note of your wide range of equipment and magical gear and everything else. And she finally just actually points to, let's see, what's the most obvious one you've got on you, probably. Let's see, Lucas, your bracers, because you have the Manatech bracers there. I do not understand the construction of the equipment you wear there. I see other things similar, but it is a different form of enchantment of some kind.
Manatech.
Yeah, Manatech, yeah.
Interesting. It is and I see a strange way of assembling, and I don't understand it, but it seems fascinating. I can't imagine how it would be built, the materials used. And so you kind of pick your brain a little bit if you're with what you know of it, essentially.
What little we know, yeah.
Yeah, none of you actually are versed in Manatech, but you've used it enough to understand the concept of it being a spell plate, the accumulator, that kind of stuff like that. And so,
well, we know there are.
Yeah.
We spent enough time with Eldon, didn't we? And we've taught
Yeah.
them those plenty. We know that there are mana technicians or artificers that can.
Yeah, exactly. And so she'll I mean, she at some point the kind of the Mastios will sort of rein her in a little bit there. And it's enough. We cannot listen to release all of their secrets, but I do appreciate you humoring us in some of the things that you have brought before us. That we have no way of creating such things ourselves, but we do have magic that survived the breaking, and some things that have been done since then.
You don't have ways of creating things like that yet, I think.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Because once you're able to get across the pond to our side, who knows what you guys will be able to create.
Mm-hmm.
It is something to be look forward to, especially. Yes, of course. I look forward to helping with that. I had no idea in my lifetime that I would meet someone from the New World and be able to converse with you. It is a singular. Well, to them it is.
I know.
It's what it was called before. Yep.
Let me tell you one of
so long though. Like
I know. Yep.
Sorry.
For them, they didn't even have the continent wasn't even named. Like they didn't even know the name of the continent before it was the because the continent was named, but like mostly because all the settlements were on the eastern side of the continent, These guys are on the western side, so like
Mhm.
to them, they never went.
Mm.
Yep. So you were saying what?
But they talk about our secrets, but we don't really have secrets. We're not here with all these secret things that nobody else has. Over
Right.
on the other continent, Manatech is like it lights houses, it heats food, it's used
Yeah.
as household objects.
Mhm.
It's very common. And so,
Yeah.
I'd just like to say I don't speak Elvish. The only reason that I can communicate with you right now is because this Manatech item allowed me to cast a spell on myself that lets me talk with you, which is
A
fantastic.
communication
Yeah,
device. Yes. All
yeah.
of these things are. I mean, we have magic. Many of us have various forms of magic we've retained throughout the centuries. Most people have some form of magic they can use um, for various everyday things. But the wondrous things that you have and can do, and I I would love to know more. But I know that we've. You should rest. You should find and sh- and at this point, the elder will like motion to um the owner, cook, bartender, person, whatever, um, the one person working this place. Uh,
Mhm.
you should. Are there still empty rooms in the building next door? Usually, yes. I will check. I will make sure, and absolutely. Um, and so, essentially, yes. Please, this is a convenient place with the food and proximity to the city's exit when you're ready to go. But please, you may stay in the rooms here. Um, I'm sure they will suit your needs for a time. And if there's anything else we can do or provide, please let us know.
Mhm.
And and at that point, Lorsan also looks at you and says, and Athena, and all four of you, and I would love to test your martial skills and see what sort of things you bring uh, from the from the area across the pond, as you say.
Mm.
Go for it, you two.
Oh, Aska's right there too. Actually, his gaze settles on you,
And then
Lucas, as you have a similar weapon on your hip to him, as you
Mm.
have a rapier or maybe you have a short sword, and you have a rapier, don't you? Is it? Yeah,
That's short sword, I think.
short sword. Okay. Yeah, it's like I would love to see what all of you can do. It seems fighting styles and I have not seen anything new or different in well over a century.
I don't. We wouldn't want to hurt you. I mean,
Mm.
Oh, I'm
Sparring is
sure.
sparring.
I'm not come here to fight.
No,
Well,
it
I
would be
mean, you didn't.
it would be a sparring, a friendly, and um, uh, contest of skills. We'll just call it that. I I would appreciate that if you would be up for it, of course. But please, we will contact you again here soon. If you have wish of us there, I will leave General Kala with you. She will, sorry, Captain Kala will stay with you, stay nearby, and make sure she has a messenger that can reach us when you wish to speak with us.
Hmm.
Okay, yeah.
We could probably
Good.
just do that ourselves, really.
Yeah, I mean, you probably could just try to do a spending. Yeah. So, Captain, let's put this here, Captain. All right.
And telepathically, I'll just say, we can probably do that without anybody else doing it.
Yep. Captain Kala.
Captain Kala.
Yep.
The great Kala.
Yep. And as you guys have reached near Val, and found a friendly settlement, that's though isolated, is at least a place you can kind of start off in the Nightmare Lands and see what lies on the surface and what lies beyond. We'll see how things go next week, as we might, hopefully we'll have Ask back with us, and we may just have a new person joining us as well. We're trying to work those details out here, so we'll see how that all plays out here.
Only
But
Diana's not going to be here next week.
yeah, well, potentially, well, that's a maybe. We'll see how that goes, but we'll see.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we'll see who we have here next week, and we may be doing a recording only, depending on if we can broadcast live or anything else. But we'll see how things go. We'll make sure everything is set up there. But we are intending to be here next week to continue our adventures here on the continent of Tygash. So as always, thanks for being here with us. Hope you all had fun. Those of you watching now and in the future, please spread the word to your friends here, as we are always looking for more people to join us in the Temple Tankard Discord servers for games. But that's we're always happy to have you here with us. As always, thanks for being with us. Drinks are on us, and we'll see you again real soon.
Bye.
Bye, folks.
Bye, guys.